shall draw the lightning down from heaven, roll its thunder far across the sea. Destiny shall draw the lightning down from heaven, roll its thunder far across the sea.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are yous? Welcome along. Happy Friday! How are things? So yeah, I've been trying to figure out what to do for this one. I know there was talk of, looking at the the tiles and the block scroll and stuff like that. Now the problem I have is that I was looking at, I overwrote my source code with tokenized stuff. So I might let's see. Let us see if I can fix that. Is this tutorial? What is this? It's Blitz tutorial 10. And the example is example 1, I'm pretty sure. Let's see what they look like. Example 1 is an executable, yeah. So what happened to example 1? Let's have a look and open it. So yeah, we'd modified this, and actually I was to show off some techniques, so it would actually be nice to be able to recover that. So let me see. That was example 1.ab3. And now we'll try and open the Blitz Basic 2 version instead, or open it as a BB2. And back to normal, because we saved it tokenized, and that's what killed us. Yes, so this is the one where we had a kind of a, actually we'll be safer and load that in Blitz 2, will we? Let's just see if we have it working anyway. Oh, where is it? I can't see it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we remember this. Oh yes, and we had drawn a little man. And oh yeah, he got a bit stuck there, didn't he? Oof. Yeah, it's not quite working. The drawing of the guy there, but what I was going to do was this example anyway. I'd probably be better off without the code we added actually. But I was going to try and just to clarify the technique involved here. I was going to draw basically a narrow bitmap so that you could actually see the bits being redrawn as it scrolls. And that was the plan, so we can still do that. But what I might do is disable all this business here with the man map and all that. It was kind of working. Oh yeah. No, let's go back to the original version of that. That code example 1.ascii. Yeah, so this is our original version. Let's see if that runs. Yeah, so that's just our plain scroll without any extra collision detection or drawing a character or anything like that. So that's fine. Still have that. So what we're going to do is we're going to save, copy that, and call it just for now. I'm going to call it the narrow version. Hey Zuberdan, welcome along. That bitmap is 640 plus 5 columns or something like that. Yeah, so it's twice the width of the screen plus 5 times 16, and that allows plenty of space for drawing the tiles in each direction. So what is that? 5 by 16. I should be able to do that in my head. 80, of course, yes. So 720 wide, basically. 640 plus 80, 720, yeah. So, yeah, cheers. Are you having a beer? Happy Friday. This is Joker IPA. It's quite tasty. It's kind of one of the more popular Scottish IPAs. It's very nice. You tend to get it in tap in a lot of pubs around here. See, yeah, that's the thing. When you're doing it with smaller bitmaps, it involves either using some tricks or using a heavier blitter load to do it. So the tricks, and I'm fine with using tricks. Like the Amiga's all about the tricks, but I don't have anything like that prepared to show. It definitely is possible, like you're saying with the earlier on in the Discord with the with the corkscrew scroll and that you can it is doable with a smaller bitmap. Now 8-way scrolling on an A500 double buffering, yeah, this is the thing. That's why, especially if you're targeting like 0.5 mega chip RAM, you wouldn't believe how tight that is. It's unbelievable. Like, it really is really tight. So the thing is, you again, if you want to do it in a smaller bitmap, you have to copy more chunks of the bitmap around. So it does mean you're spending more of your blitter time. Yeah, you obviously using block scroll will make that will put the least load possible on the blitter, but you're still it's still going to cause you some problems. You know, there's no way around it if you're going to do it that way. Yeah, tricks wise, there are some really nice tricks you can do on the Amiga. Yeah, really, I would want to have a working demo of them, because I can vaguely I can understand how they work, but I couldn't, like, you know, I'm not gonna, like, you know, code it up live and probably, you know, faff around with it for half an hour trying to get it working. So you know, that's just not how no, just not gonna do that. So yeah, it's just, yeah, especially, you know, when pressure of people watching me, you know, it's not ideal for it to do that kind of coding. So so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the screen, let's say, what's 320 minus 32 is 288. I'm not going to make the bitmap any narrower because we don't need to do that, but so what we'll do is we're going to say basically, yeah, 20, basically 22 wide is kind of the width of our map. So what's 22 by 16? It's 352. Okay, so it's 320 plus 32. Yeah, so it's 320 plus 2 columns. So I'm going to make it, we'll just make it 20 wide. Okay, and not do the -2, so we should start seeing things overwriting as we're scrolling. And so we made it 288 instead. So we want to take away 3. Let me see, what's that? 368 minus. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? Let's go with 304. This could look quite funky, but let's give it a go. Okay, so as we scroll across, yeah, there we go. So you can see every pixel we move, we're drawing some more. And you can also see on the left hand side, we're getting the exact same thing drawn. You see? So you're getting the same 3 trees, same flowers, everything drawn the same way. Which means that as we go along, and see, we're overwriting basically the bitmap before and after. So as we go backwards, it lets us scroll smoothly. Because the bitmap is already there for us. Yeah, we don't really see it that way. But what we've done is we're jumping 2 tiles or 4 tiles when we get to the overlap at the end of the bitmap. But yeah, don't mind that. You can see as it goes across, you can see it being redrawn. So roughly, okay. It's a lot easier to do it if you don't have to draw behind you. You can make the bitmap smaller. So if you're scrolling one direction, you don't have to have the extra buffer on the other side. But yeah, that's blitting tiles as it goes. So well, we're actually using block, but Oh yeah, no, when we're going backwards. Sorry, I didn't fix this for going left. Something like that. And +1. And maybe that should work for going back the other direction then. Let's have a look and see. So going left, we should see the same thing happening. Going right, yeah. So you can see it's going the opposite direction then as we go right. You can see both sides we're drawing up the way instead of down the way. Because, yeah, basically because the square we draw is based on our position through a particular tile. Yeah, I should have done this when I was going through this the first time. But you can see every time you go across, and yeah, if you're double buffering, you need to do it twice. Just so that everything is synchronized. But yeah, that is basically it. I'm not sure what else to say about that one, but scroll and block scroll are pretty simple stuff. Basically, as a concept of how they work. Instead of blitting from a shape, they're just blitting from another part of the bitmap or another bitmap. Yeah, I think you can do another bitmap. So, I'm just trying to think of, what have I used block scroll in? Well, we can just do a demonstration in this one. So draw initial bitmap. So we're drawing 20 tiles along. And yeah, the manual is hit and miss. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to do is we're only going to draw 5 columns here. So that was 20. So let's just make sure that that's what it's doing. What I think it's doing. Yeah. Okay. So we've got 5 columns of 16, which is 80 pixels of screen. So we wanted to so all I'm going to do is just going to block scroll that across. So if you look at the block scroll command, x1 y1 width height x2 y2. So x1 y1 width and height to define the section of the bitmap that you want to copy, and then x2 and y2 is where to copy it to. If you specify a second bitmap number, then that is that tune's kind of annoying. But if you specify a second bitmap, you can copy to the other bitmap instead. So it's quite good for copying a chunk of a bitmap. You know, if you want to, if you're doing sort of region damage kind of operations on the graphics. So you know, if you want to restore a bitmap from a pure bitmap or something like that, you can copy a chunk from one bitmap to another, like just to, instead of copying the whole bitmap. Let's go to the next tune. It's as fast as as the blitter can be. You know, it is block scroll is as fast as you were going to copy a chunk of bitmap using the blitter. You can possibly do it quicker using the CPU, but not really, because the CPU also has to access the chip RAM. So you're probably, yeah, it's much faster than get a shape and blit it, because it should be twice as fast actually, because get a shape is a blit operation from the bitmap to the shape bitmap, and then from the shape bitmap to the bitmap again, or the other bitmap. Whereas block scroll is a direct blit from one to the other. So the blitter will take sort of a source and put it at the destination. It takes a couple of different, it's slightly more involved than that, but yeah, it'll take information from a source that you give it, and it'll copy it to the destination. If the source is a shape, and the destination is bitmap, that's fine. If the source is the bitmap and the destination is another bitmap, but that's fine as well. Hey, what's the story? Oh, 2 new people. Hey, it's Friday night. Happy Friday, guys, and cheers. What's on that? Yes, are you having a drink tonight, Kareem? Or what's your plan? Ian, I am doing the crash counter is at 0. We haven't had a crash yet because I'm sort of back in my comfort zone here. Although I'm sure it'll happen. But yeah, so what we're doing, Ian, is we are looking at this scrolling demo. But what I've done is I've sort of, oh, what did I do here? Oh yeah, no, let's not do that. Let's put it back to the way it was, just for Ian's sake. And we're doing this tile scroll demo. But what I've done is I've shortened the bitmap so you can actually see it drawing. You see? And you can see the way it's drawing at the last column on the left as well as it's going. That just shows you what it's doing normally out of view to the side of either side, you see? So it's just to show, and now when you're going back the other way, you can see that it is going up the way instead because we're going backwards. Did you? Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, I should have done this a couple of weeks ago when I was, or a few, yeah, whenever it was when I was doing this, and it would have made a lot more sense. It would have been a lot easier to explain live. But yeah, so you get the idea there. Anyways, but what I'm going to do now is I'm just showing the block scroll command, which is kind of the fastest way of copying a chunk using using the blitter. It is a fine day out there, and if I wasn't, well, yeah, I'm not allowed to say babysitting, but if I wasn't babysitting my son, I would be out in a beer garden somewhere, I'm sure. It's a fantastic day out there. Yeah, and you know what? There's no real shame in kind of taking the vague numbers and plugging them in, and then just brute forcing it, like trying a few different numbers until you get one that works. You know. Often I'll do that. I'll have an excessive margin of error, and I'll reduce things then until it's about right, and you know, until I stop, you know, and when I get to corruption, then I'll make it one step bigger again. That's it. Well, what I've done is I've adjusted this. The display size was set to 320 pixels, which is the low res screen, and so now I've changed it to 288 pixels instead. So basically that's it's 32 narrower, so that takes 2 columns off it, and so the calculations are based on that. But yeah, so the block scroll command. So what I did to sabotage my bitmap was, instead of drawing 20 columns, because the screen's 20 columns wide, I only draw 5, and that looks like this. Okay. And as we draw, so you get the idea there anyway. But just to show the block scroll command, it is kind of like literally for copying 2 different chunks of a bitmap. So let's go over here, and block scroll, if you look at this quick help, is x1, y1. So let's say 0 comes 0. We want to start in the top left corner, and we have 5 columns there, which is 80 pixels. We do 80 pixels, and I think it's 192 pixels high. And then we're going to stick that at 150 pixels across and 0. And we can optionally specify another bitmap if you want to copy it to a different bitmap, and that would be quicker than, as I was saying, quicker than getting get a shape and blitting it. But this is what that should look like. You see, so it's just literally taken a copy of the left-hand side, the left-hand 80 pixels, and shoved it across the bitmap. So it's very simple. It's actually, you know, it's very, very simple. It's just a very plain, simple blitter operation, copying from one part of the bitmap to the other. Of course, that'll get erased now when it starts drawing over it. But yeah, that's the idea. So you can use this. You can use the scroll command to do the same thing with any shape or size of bitmap, but the block scroll is quicker. You could use block scroll, yeah, to fill in the whole row in the double buffered bitmap. Yeah, but bear in mind that the blitter time, like, okay, the blitter takes a certain length of time to set up and to, you know, to set up and to, you know, configure, and then it takes a certain amount of time just to shove pixels around, or to shove bits around, bytes around. So you can't avoid the fact that if you're blitting a big status panel, it's a lot of pixels to blit, and you know, no amount of efficiency things or block scrolling or anything like that is going to give you that blitter time back. You know, that's a lot of pixels that you could use for drawing bullets or bad guys. So you know, you have to bear that in mind. No, blitter time is blitter time. You've got a finite amount of blitter time, and what you do with that is entirely up to you. But you need, you know, that's if you put it in setting, you still need to fire the blitter, and if the blitter takes longer than 1/50th of a second or 1/60th of a second, and you have it in an interrupt, you'll deadlock the machine like that, because the blitter will immediately be fired again as soon as it's finished. So you don't want that to happen. So it's probably not a good idea to do blitting in the interrupt. You can flip bitmaps, flip pointers. That's what the interrupt is good for. Is flipping pointers and moving pointers around. Hey George, welcome along. Thanks for dropping in. I'm having a beer. Are you having a beer? Well, even if you're not, cheers. Happy Friday. We had a nice bank holiday today, courtesy of Her Majesty surviving 70 years in a job. Not my cup of tea, but hey, I'll take the day off. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no worries, Ian. Yeah, but you can always catch up, of course, the usual places. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. And yeah, sure, I can. If you have any questions, you can fire them in the Discord. So this was George. I was covering. Yeah, you got the bank holiday on Monday, don't you? And it's supposed to be great weather as well. But yeah, so what I've been doing is just covering some things like some of the blitter operations that you can do in Blitz, block scroll and scroll commands. So Super Dan, does that make sense now? What I was saying about block scroll and the scroll command is basically the same thing, but it'll work on arbitrary size. Don't know if it does transparency. I think it does, but you know, it has to be aligned on 16 pixel boundaries for block scroll. You can only do 16 pixel boundaries, but it is much faster as a result. But yeah, I wouldn't do it for a status panel or something like that. I think that's just wasting too much blitter time. It'd be much easier to use sprites for that, and because even if you're on OCS ECS, you can do kind of you can put four sprites together and get a 64 pixel wide status bar. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is what bank holidays are for. You almost wish it was raining so you can, oh dear, I can't go outside, I better stay here in code. But yeah, the Blitz Basic Jam is underway now. That has kicked off, so I think I've written about 5 lines of code. I have, well, I actually kind of like have vague kind of let's say a rough draft of a kind of what I want, which is literally just blitting tiles. But we'll see what happens. At the moment, we're kind of like in discussion with the guys about what the graphics will look like, and what the map will look like, and that kind of stuff. The Scottish Amiga users are, well, there's 3 or 4 of us getting together to do it. So I suppose I'm kind of like the principal coder, and everyone else can do all the other stuff. Like, because I suck at graphics art and suck at sounds and all that kind of stuff, you know. So all the coder art coming out. So I'll so I'll leave that to the other lads. But yeah, that's the Scottish Amiga users. That's our team. Are you entering, or are you going to? Are you thinking of joining, or thinking of joining a team? No, too much already on, which is kind of like I was kind of wondering whether I was going to or not. But I'm like, oh, I really want to. A million other things to be doing, but you know. Oh well. So, any other questions on block scroll there? But yeah, in theory you could use it for a status panel, or yeah, you know what it would be better used for is for you know, replacing certain parts of the status panel. You know, if you have, you know, if you're not writing to it directly, but the best way to do it obviously would be to write directly to the bitmap that's used to generate the sprites, and that would be the simplest way. And that's how I expect pretty much any game that has a vertical status panel would do it. Yeah. Yeah, booerns and all that kind of stuff. Incidentally, George, I updated my my tic-tac-toe game, which is quite a boring game really, but it is. I wrote it in Blitz, and I wrote it on OS4 for OS4, so it does work on OS3, but it kind of, and it works on lower end things. But you know, there was a bug in it that was causing graphical glitches, and it was been there for 7 years. But I just updated it because I found the bug, and I was like, oh, for the love of God. So fixed that there last night or something. And yeah, so I'm like, oh, I want to start coding on my jam, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna fix this. I should, and I have a couple of ideas for network play games that I want to get in the works after the jam, I suppose. Yeah, but this is fairly simple. It's just like, you know, they're just little green balls, green and red balls, and but it's 3D, it's 4D actually, and this is the thing with it, is that, you know, you can have the board going, you know, sort of 3x3, and then 3x3x3, and then you can have 3 of them that you can cycle through. So you can create a straight line through time by putting a counter in the same square on each of the 3 boards, if that makes sense. Bit of a head wreck, but even though I don't have any network play on it, I do have a reasonably good artificial intelligence, and the game loop for that is kind of, or the AI thing for that is kind of, you know, it has no problem visualizing all the boards, let's say. So when you make it really difficult for yourself, the AI is just like all over it. Sort of. Well, you know what? Look, I'll fire it up as soon as let's see if I can. Look, there we go. There's the code is in my most recent, because I was just doing it. Let's run it. Oh, the debugger is open for this one, isn't it? Let's close that. And now watch it fall to its knees and up the crash counter. Oh, there we go. So, you know, it's simple stuff. La la la. And player 1 wins. So that's it. But you've got 3 dimensions. There we go. And then 4 dimensions is like this. And see, so if I go there, you've got 3 different times. So someone else can put it there, and that board is in different time things. So you can make a line going, let's say that way, and then that way, and then that's a win there. 1, 2, 3. You see? So when you do the AI in it, it actually gets. Let's throw the AI in it. So there we go. So straight away, the AI is going for the middle run and the middle square through time is, and they're going bang, bang, bang. Let's block that. No, I'm already on the back foot trying to block them. What are they trying to do here? Oh, they blocked me. Okay, fine. Let's try there. Although, they got me there because, yeah, they cornered me. There you go. Look at that, same one in 3 different times. Oh yeah, but it can also go like 4 by 4 by 4, or 5 by 5 by 5 by 5. Oh, and it doesn't even fit on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different time boards. Anyways, yes, there you go. That was, I wrote that as an exercise in doing an AI, turn-based AI, and it works really, really well because it does a lot of iterations in the background, and it demolishes me once you get past the simple stuff. Obviously, it is very, very. It's much better keeping track of it than the average human brain. That's WB Tic Tac Toe, and it will run on the classic as well. You're limited a bit by screen size, but if you're in a non-graphics card mode, it does simpler graphics. So just kind of 4-color graphics instead of the rendered balls. But yeah, there you go. That was, it's not a Game Jam entry, but maybe I should have snuck that in there. But no, that's it. But we can have a look through that. See, this is very different. This is done very differently because it uses the AMI Blitz includes. So it uses some blitting, like yeah, absolutely. It did take a while to actually figure out what's causing the corruption here. But yeah. But it uses the image include, which is so it uses, you can see it uses the standard blitting things, which are Blitz Basic commands if it's not on graphics card mode, and it uses the include if it's in graphics card mode. So yeah, it's, let's see. There's actually not that much to it really, but check move. Oh yeah, there's the AI section that basically just iterates and counts up a score, and then does that recursively for a while. See how far ahead it thinks. I'm just trying to think if there's anything particularly interesting. Not really. Is that the same song over and over and over again? Yeah, what happened here? Oh, I see. This is what happened before when you skip a song, it switches off the shuffle mode. Oh. But yeah. Anyway, that's just an aside. Yeah, it is tricky to pick stuff up later on. So, I'm gonna switch on that light there because the sun is going down. Glorious sunset here. Or it looks like it will be soon. But yeah, so that's block scroll. If you what you could do, and it's hard to tell whether it would be quicker or not, but instead of drawing a tile each time like I'm doing here, like, so we're drawing one tile at a go here. You could basically and like it would work as well for your back buffer. If you copied the entire column, it might be quicker than doing 16 separate blitz. It depends on whether you can afford to do all that blitting in one frame, but it would be quickest after you've generated your column to do that. If you were to copy the entire column to the other buffer, that is the way to do it with block scroll, and just specify a second bitmap and let the blitter do 100% copy of that column over. So does that make sense? So I don't know what else to say about block scroll, blitz scroll, or scroll and block scroll. What other techniques were there? You make them sound so easy. Yeah. Now the problem is, like, I know the guys have been asking in the Discord about, you know, there are some pretty fancy tricks you can do on the Amiga hardware with not really. To copy a bitmap to another bitmap is basically the same as a scroll. It's a bitmap. If it's a big bitmap, you have to do that in one big chunk, and it is going to be slow, unfortunately. The blitter is going to be fully taxed, and especially on an A500, if you don't have any fast RAM, there's nothing else you can do. You just have to sit and wait for that to happen. So I don't know how it does it. I would hope it does it with blitter. You could potentially do a block scroll the entire size of the bitmap from one to the other, and just see if it's faster. You know, there might be a good thing to benchmark there. You can not, when you're using the Blitz commands, you don't have pointers as such. So it's just done with objects, which are internally basically just pointers. But its Blitz has a nice kind of object orientated way of handling them. So so if you were block scrolling there, and if you wanted to do that, you just add on a 1 at the end, and that is bitmap 1 you want to copy to, and you're copying from bitmap 0. But you can you can do it with the OS calls. You could do it with copying the memory. Yeah, absolutely. And what to do there? Yeah, you can get the address of a bitmap. It is. We're going to switch to the other one here and just have a look. So to get the address of a bitmap, or let's do it here. Because a bitmap object is. We're going to close that again. Let's run this example in AmiBlitz 3 and see if we get a crash. We get nothing. Nothing. What has happened? Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. Is that a crash? We're going to call that a crash? Let's call it a crash.
Oh dear.
I have to reboot. But yes, you can get the. I didn't save, but I that was basically. Let's see, where am I? I can't ever remember. Articles. Tutorial 10, example 1. .ASCII. That's it. But yeah, no, absolutely. A memory copy might be quicker because you're using the CPU. I don't know if it's going to be much quicker when you still have to access the chip RAM for it. But again, it's an easy thing to do, and you could easily do it with some benchmarking and see which one's quicker. So if we split or we block all our tiles in there. Basically, to get the address of an object is just okay. So that's the address of the Blitz object now. Okay. Now the problem is the Blitz object. Let's compile and run. I'm not going to run with that. Let's compile and run this. Oh. Anyway, see how it does. Okay, it's working fine. Back to where it was. Oh, that's right. It was a different file, wasn't it? But let's have a look at the. Oh, no, we're not getting any structs there. Why aren't we getting any structs? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, sorry, yeah, because basically the Blitz object we don't have there. So let's open a new. Let me see. Source codes. Residence. Blitz Basic 2 object types. Okay, so here are your object types. So if you look at a bitmap, 64 bytes. So the actual bit planes are here. You see? So you don't have the actual data. So if you can get the address of the bitmap structure, and then what you have is, you know, the address of this object. But that's not really what you want. So what you actually want to do is, let's say, Blitz bmap is equal to that. Okay, so then now we've got a pointer bbmap, and that's a pointer to the Blitz object. But within that, we've got an array of data. You see it's eight longs there. So data 0, that's the address of our first bit plane, the address of our second bit plane, third bit plane, and so on. So we can just copy then from there across to another object. So we would have another pointer set up for our second bitmap. So we would have like that. And so now we've got that. This is if we had a second bitmap. Then, you know, we'd have that data there. So we'd have the address of each bit plane, and you just do a big whatever way you want to do the copy through memory. You can just do it that way. Yeah, that would work. Provided they're both the same dimension, or you'll just like shit all over your screen or something like that, and you don't want to do that. Yeah, so just you make sure all the dimensions line up, or you'll have a rough night. But yeah, so that is how you would do it. So that's how you get your bitmap, your actual bitmap address. And then yeah, you can do whatever memory copy you want. And I'm sure there are quicker ways of doing it, especially if you've got anything more than 68,000. So, you know, some things will yeah, it's worth benchmarking, because I honestly don't know. So it's worth trying to, you know, benchmark, you know, 100 bitmap copies with the bitmap copy command, or copy bitmap command, and then do it 100 times with the block scroll, and 100 times with the mem copy. I'd be interested to see that too. Will we do it? Let's do it. Fuck it. So, you know, sure, that's what we're here for, etc., etc. So let's say we're going to make 2 new bitmaps for this. You know what? Let's make a whole new program for this, just because. Now you see, now the problem is this is going to be set up as an A1200, so I can slow it down to A1200 speed, but still, you know, should give us an idea. It might be different on a 68K, because the A1200 is 32-bit chip RAM access. You know, so it might give you skewed results too. So the 68,000 might not be faster, even when the 68020 is. Okay, so bitmap copy test. Bitmap 1. So it's 5-bit planes. Yeah, bitmap 0 and 1. So let's oh, let me see. Oh. See how many frames it takes. It did work for me the other day without the debugger. I think the debugger is tripping it up, but we'll save it first. But yeah, let's see how this works. Copy bitmap. 0 and 1. And then we'll do to 100. And then so yeah, so then we're going to try the block scroll. After block scroll, and then oh yeah, then we have to do our bitmap 0 address, bitmap 1 address. And then, oh, what's a moppy mem? Yeah. Guess that's the simplest way of doing it, rather than actually, you know, writing an assembly routine to do it. Although an assembly routine might be quicker than using the OS calls, but let's give it a go. Let's set up those variables just before we go. Copy mem. Oh yeah. And then we need to do 8-bit maps, 5-bit planes. Like 4 keys, really weird. It's been doing this for a while now. It's double. Sort of tab. It looks like maybe it's just me. Bitmap 0. Oh, what size? How do we calculate that? What size is the bit plane? What way is it done? Do we? Yeah, it's a multiple of 16 anyway, so it doesn't really matter about the modulo. What size? 320 by 256. 320 by 256. to that divided by 8. 10,240. And 1,240 bytes for each bit plane. So, and then just this line here. After let's see what happens there, shall we? Wait for the crash, wait for the crash. Oh, okay. Oh God, Rob, what are you doing? Type not found. Oh yes, of course, because the bitmap should be there. All.res kind of covers everything. Yeah, that's a fair point. Just for yeah. Wrong number of brackets. Wrong number of parameters. 0, 0. Oh. I had to put that in there to make sure the block scroll is pointing at the right one. Yeah. Just for, yeah. Well, just for the sake of it, just to keep everything consistent. Okay, so that don't make a lick of sense. Oh yeah, no, we're running at full speed. So bit yeah, turns out when you can copy a bitmap at that speed. After bitmap copy. Oh, okay. After block scroll copy. Why did we do? Sorry, yeah, I copy and pasted this. After block scroll, so after. Yeah, so I did. After bitmap copy, see, yeah, I don't know how I ended up with the third one. I copy and pasted it to use as a template, and then of course I didn't use it because the copy main one is different. Yeah, okay, so block scroll is by far the slowest there, but that's probably because WinUAE is doing CPU, you know, it's using the CPU to copy, and that's obviously going to be like grease lightning. So let's slow that down. Cycle exact. Going to be a 1200 speed, let's say. Cycle exact. Oh, you know, that's cycle exact when the menus aren't opening. Oh. $252, 116, 94. Copy mem and Wiz, clear winner there. Now, as I said, that's a 1200, so that's going to be based on 32-bit copies. So that is the kind of speed you'll only get on, like, you know, an A1200 or on AGA or on the A3000, because that's the only other one that has 32-bit chip RAM access. So that's how it looks on the 1200. I'm going to compile that and run it in a 68,000 instance. Oh, give me my speed back. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. There's good information for everyone, I think. Fast as possible. Switch off the cycle exact. Switch back on a JIT. Okay, back to full speed. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an executable. Actually, we don't need that because we're going to run it from the shell. And we're going to make sure our compiler is turned off, or our debugger is turned off. Yeah, no, this is all very good. So let's see. Bitmap copy test. Okay, so there the results we're getting. Just for shits and giggles, let's turn it back to cycle exact here. Block scroll is about twice as fast as the bitmap copy. Am I missing something here? You know, like, what am I missing? And copy mem is a little bit quicker than that. It is interesting, isn't it? Oh, I've made a mistake here. Because I divided that by 8, but it's only 5 bit planes. So 320 by 250. So I was thinking that. So it's 80k. I was thinking, yeah, it's about 10k a bit plane, but it's not. It's 16k a bit plane. That's going to change things dramatically. Oh. Oh, what's happening here? Fast as possible. Well, let's see, because block scroll and the copy mem might actually be similar now. Okay, that's the same results because we're running in Super Turbo mode. Chipset, cycle exact. Okay, so the blitter seems to be quicker there. Now that I've adjusted it properly. So we're actually copying the entire bit plane. Well, Super Turbo still, you know, the other two are probably using the CPU, which is kind of Super Turbo like that, but using the blitter is going to be more consistent because emulating the blitter is, like, even if you speed up the blitter, it's still a lot more involved. Bigger is worst, yeah. That's how many frames, 50 hertz frames it takes to complete the 100 copy operations. So bitmap copy is still going to take more than 2 frames to copy the bitmap. And block scroll is still going to take more than 1 frame to copy the bitmap. So it's not something you can do in a 50th of a second, regardless of how you do it. without an accelerator. But you know, we've compiled it. Let's see how this runs on what configuration do I have? A600. With a 68000, yeah. Do I have my files? I do, yeah. Ugh. Do I have the chip RAM to do this? I do, yes. Oh, there he is. There he is. We're doing some real-time coding and benchmarking on some of Blitz's commands. Some surprising results. Well, maybe not surprising, but yeah. Anyway, let's see what happens. So let's see what it's like on an A600 with cycle exact. A500. Yeah, you see, what the just-in-time is going to massively accelerate CPU operations, especially things like that, which is just a simple copy, RAM to RAM. The just-in-time doesn't affect the blitter at all. So the blitter is still emulated, and it is obviously faster when you run it, like when you take the brakes off it, but it's a lot slower than a CPU copy, which is, you know, copying a block of memory that's whatever it is, 80k, is going to be hella quick on an emulated machine. Let's see, is that slow? That feels 68,000 slow. Yeah. Took 4 frames to load the executable. Oh, that's slow. Cheers, Terrible Fire. I wonder if this crashed. Oh no, it hasn't. Oh, oh, that is slow. That is a huge difference there. The bitmap copy is incredibly slow. Say slow. And the copy mem is slower as well. So the blocks, so the copy mem is, yeah, it clearly using the CPU, but yeah, very, very slow on the 68,000. But that bitmap copy, what are they doing? It's a command dedicated to copying the bitmap, and it is far slower than doing a yeah, absolutely. Block scroll is using the blitting from one bitmap to another. Oh yeah, but see, that's because the blitter is pretty consistent. If you have an accelerator, a copy mem copy is going to be quicker. You know, or should be quicker. You know, it's just yeah. I don't know what they're doing with the bitmap copy. Bitmap copy probably is copying byte by byte or pixel by pixel, which is, you know, 5 different bit planes or something stupid like that. You know, I can't figure out how it's 2.5 times slower than copy mem when that's all it's doing. I'm not going disassembling it, like, because fuck that. Don't care that much. Yeah, I always use bitmap copy for convenience, but it's never actually in the game loop or anything like that. It's just kind of, it's a single line to copy, you know, to copy your front and back buffers, like, but that's it. You could, it's something you could easily do. You just build in the different commands and call, you know, it would be easy enough. Yeah, well there you go. It's a quick and a dirty way of testing this kind of stuff as well. Yeah, I think they were probably testing themselves out to see kind of, you you know, how many frames it took to do an operation, and then you know, base their physics on that. Probably, you know, that's I've done that myself. Actually did that on a PC program, which was my college project. I had to automate a telescope, but I had to do it with this Poxy 286 laptop I was given. Fucking unreal, like, oh god. But you had to calibrate it in a loop because of how it worked. Well, yeah, it depends on your situation though. Here it is clearly the fastest way of copying one bitmap to another, because you can just give it a huge amount of data and let it get on with it. It's still not fast by any stretch. This is just a standard low-res screen size bitmap, and it still takes 4 frames or something to copy it. But yeah, no, the Blitter is quite clever for doing fancy blitz and stuff. But it's faster than the 68,000 for this, and I suppose that is kind of why, you know, it is used. Otherwise, you know, everyone just uses the CPU. But we did the benchmarking on the A1200 cycle exact, and it was very little in it between the CPU copy and the block scroll. Although the bitmap copy was still slower. Yeah. But good info. Now, bear in mind. Oh, hey, thank you very much for that, George. That is, yeah, you're a legend. Thank you. Because I was bored in work one day, you'll see that you also have a couple of new emoticons you can use. Nothing particularly special or anything like that, but yeah, there you go. Like I said, I had a quiet day in the office there last week or something, and so I added a solace emoji. There you go. Whoop whoop. But you'll also notice that I've put some slightly annoying worm sound effects for the channel pints, and you notice as well that they're not points, they're pints. It's very important. So, Super Dan, what's next? Yes, I have liked that benchmark. That is very interesting, and it has definitely been enlightening for me. Oh, I also see that this screen is slightly bigger. I didn't realize that it's bleeding out of my frame. Okay, back to my normal dev setup here. Yeah. It's about 80k, but yes, there's something funky. But no, that's timed on, what was it, 200 counts. It was 200 frames to do it 100 times. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was. Oh, I'll have to go back and look at those numbers. But what was the number again for the Blitter for copy? 200 and something. That's 200 frames for 100 copies. So it's basically 2 frames, and it's 80k. Probably not. I'd say there's a fair bit of overhead in just setting up a copy that size, and of course the Blitz code isn't going to be particularly quick. You know, as in the Blitz code to set up the Blitter and all that. Let me see, what was it? Yeah, it's 100 block scroll things. But yeah, there's probably a fair bit of overhead because we're using the Blitz object addresses, which is kind of have to be translated into actual addresses and stuff like that. But there you go. Now, there was another thing I was going to do. What was I going to do? Oh yes. we were going to have a look at that tracker library. And let me see. Did I have... Did I have a test for that? I didn't, but the other side of it, I'm going to show you guys this. This is what we were discussing there the other day. I can't really... well, hold on a second. We'll do something with it. Where's my WinUAE here? And 12. Let me see if let's see if I can get this to do a thing. We'll try out the WinUAE debugging setup. And so basically you need to turn on the logging. Why hasn't that opened the window now? What am I missing here? Where's the logging stuff? Oh man, I can't remember. Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, so the knees are probably killing you and all that kind of stuff. For everyone else who's there, Terrible Fire has been building an arcade cabinet kind of from scratch, from sheets of ply and doing all the cutting and stuff with that. It's all looking pretty impressive, but there's to me that seems like and again, it's an age thing. I look at that and I think, oh god, that's an awful lot of time spent on your knees pushing a jigsaw. I'm like, oh my back, oh my knees, oh dear. Yes, I will. Actually, that's a good point. The timers, that is a very good point. So I will look at that in terms of AmiBlitz, because AmiBlitz has a very good include for doing timing like that. What I will do is then I will I can look at how feasible it is to port that back to Blitz 2, or because basically the commands are using are relatively simple, I think. But we'll have a look. I can't find the bloody logging window. Where the hell is the logging window? In WinUAE. Because where is it? Oh man. Configurations. Oh, it's in it's paths. Okay, so we need to restart WinUAE. Log window. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load this up and see if it works first. And just to be sure, it's down booger. And that did not work. So we need to switch on the debug memory space, isn't that right? and now it does nothing. There was something about this. I cannot remember how we did that. But managed to get it working. Zuperdan, do you remember exactly what it was I had to switch on? Because I didn't have to switch on debug memory space. I switched it off again and now it's not giving any debug output. But log window and debug memory, yeah, that's it. But it's not playing ball unless I have to restart WinUAE with that setting enabled. Let's try that. Hey, Varan81, how are you? Welcome along. No, I managed to have it before. Had it fine before when it was not. I didn't have to go faffing with the actual config file. There we go. Yeah, it's working fine. It's you just need to have those settings there before you actually, you have to reset it. Yeah. So what I have to do is have to do some faffing now. Let me see. Let me just add this this debug window. It's going to be ugly, so bear with me. What the hell? There we go. Okay, that is it. It's kind of may or may not be. It's that you can see that. I'm just going to stick that there. It's nice and ugly. Here, there you go, right in your face. But anyways, right. So you can see what this code is doing. What we do is, this is for sending a string or a value. We've got two different functions set up. One sends a string that you put the string together, and the other. That's it. So it just wouldn't work until I restarted WinUAE with those settings enabled. So you can't turn them on during a session, even if you reset the Amiga. You can't turn it on. You have to reset you have to start WinUAE from scratch. But there's our output window, right? So you can see here that we're poking into this special address, which is it's in CIA memory space, but it doesn't actually correspond to any register. And WinUAE catches that, and it logs it as a bad memory access if you don't have the debug enabled. But when you enable the debug, it kind of treats it as fine. So that's it. And what it does is every time you write a byte to it, it remembers that byte. And then when you give it the format string here, basically you give it the pointer of a format string here, that gives it that triggers it to output that to the debug console. So the format, the string format is basically like you would imagine, but you have to put on a new line character at the end because that's what you have to do. In AmiBlitz, you can probably do this kind of carry on here with the //22, which is the quote character, or you can do that for the end of line character to embed a string. But I don't know if it actually works. It definitely doesn't work for Blitz 2. If it works at all, it'll only be AmiBlitz 3. But anyway, so it's simple as just to add a new line onto it. So there you go. So basically output value is that. So, and it gives you the decimal and the hex versions of the number. And that's it, basically. But yeah, so if you print a string, it just basically uses the entire string that you give it as the output format string. So, and that's pretty simple. And yeah, that's it. So, if we run that, we can run that and we can see what happens. We get all our debug pretty instantly popped up there. But yeah, it is very handy for Yeah, very handy for debugging, because especially on a game where you don't have the shell window open, where you've shut down the OS and stuff like that. So this is a very nice way of getting as much debug info as you want out of it while it's running. Yeah, it is nice. All right. Oh, and that leads me on to something else that you can do in Blitz. I'm sure you can do it in Blitz 2. You can definitely do it in Blitz 3, in Army Blitz 3, but it's conditional compiling, right? And I'm going to do it here, and it seems a bit pointless, but and basically you set a constant. So a constant starts with a hash symbol in Blitz, and then that's basically just a value that the compiler subs in during compilation. But you can do let's see, and see this. Oh no, C end. So see basically this entire statement here, from between statement and end statement, that will only be compiled if debug is true. So if you set that to 0, the compiler completely skips that section. So it doesn't take up space in your executable, even if it's not going to be executed. You see? So that's quite useful, because you can still have your endpoints in there if you want, and then just have them behind one of these statements, and then it doesn't get compiled in the end at all, and so you don't need the associated libraries. It is quite nice for debug stuff. And I didn't mention that before. I forgot about it, but just like there, because I was saying you can add these statements to your executable, and then if you conditional compile them, then all you have to do when you want to create the release version is change that from a 1 to a 0, recompile it, and then that is no longer part of your executable, so it doesn't waste space. It might as well not be there, and you can easily switch it back on again. It's a pretty cool technique, actually, because there's no point in having them in your executable, that code. Especially if you're going to run it in real hardware, all you're doing is poking numbers at an address that doesn't exist, and that's it. Now I'm out of beer. I'm going to get another beer. You guys listen to this bizarre cross between Smurfs and Star Wars, and I'll be back soon. Check if code is running in editor. You can, well, not as a compiler directive, I'm pretty sure, but there is a this command will tell you it's not a compiler directive, so it doesn't actually affect the compilation. So it is your executable testing, but this will be true if it's run from the editor and false if it's not run from the editor. But you'll still end up with your debug stuff in the executable if you do it that way. So, So, yeah, and unfortunately you can't do that, because that's not how stuff works. But yeah. So it would have to be something like that. Because yeah, debug, you know, you can't. That's sort of beyond the scope of the actual executed code. But I don't know if there's a compiler directive for cnif/celse. Oh yeah, it's comparison string, yeah. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's not really exactly. So it is a nicer way of doing it because yeah. But as well as that, you might not want, you know, because I have you know, been trying to do, you know, bug squishing on someone else's machine, whereas, you know, it like works fine on my computer, kind of situations, and so I can just, like, you know, switch on the debug version and create an executable of that and get all this debug output to a file or something like that, you know, and, you know, it's nice to have the option there, I find, anyway. Just in fully Scottish mode, you know. Stephen there, got my Joker IPA, got my Scottish Amiga Users Group t-shirt on, you know. Full Platinum Jubilee vibes. Ooh, show cursor. Anyways, there you go. Yeah, it's fun, isn't it? Anyway, we can get rid of that. So, what was that other thing we were going to look at? Oh, timers, yeah. Well, like the easy way, if you're using AMI Blitz 3, I'll show you now. Ah, well. I've actually done some, you know, significant chunks of code while drunk. I think after, well, I'm not drunk, but I think after about 2 or 3 beers, that's kind of like, you know, that's peak productivity. After that, things go to shit. But yeah, a couple of beers, and then, you know, you're doing great stuff, and then a couple more beers, and you make complete arse of it. Or sometimes you'll hit on something that works, and you go back to the next day and it's like, I don't remember writing that. I don't remember what I was thinking then. Like, how does that even work? So let me think. There are a few different timer setups that you can use. Yeah, I always, you know, use the pool example. Like, I wouldn't be a particularly good pool player. Oh, eBay when you're drunk is dangerous. But well, I find I get better at pool until about 2 or 3 pints, and then after that, suddenly it's like off the cliff. Terrible again. Worse than before. Damaging tables and stuff. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. D-timer. Where's D-timer? What? Where'd it go? E-clock. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Oh, okay. So if we go down to the bottom here, all these things have a demo. And you see there's these special constants that tell whether it's run as an include or not, which is quite cool. So basically, this is starting the timer. Let's run it and see what it does. So basically it's what's it doing? Oh, it's just doing a 50 frame delay. Hey, Scottish Serenity, welcome along. Oh, how are you? How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. You're not giving yourself jump scares tonight, no? I'm all about the Scottish tonight. Good stuff. I've got my Scottish beer. I've got my Scottish t-shirt. Scottish Amiga user group t-shirt. Look at that. Oh. Whoa. There you go. Terrible. Can't see it. There we go. Yeah. And you'll have to make it down for one of the meetups. We're going to be starting up the meetups again sometime soon, I'm sure. I hope. I should drop down for an old sensible soccer tournament and a bit of a laugh in the pub afterwards. Sure, let's do this since I created it years ago and forgot about it. There you go. There's the oh yeah. There's only 2 people in the group who take it seriously, and everyone else is just there to bulk up the numbers. But but it's good crack, like. But yeah, there's I'm not sure, you probably saw it on other people's streams or whatever, but there is a Blitz Basic Game Jam that's just kicked off. So we've got 3 months to make a game in Blitz Basic, and yeah, it's been or you know, it only just started there a couple of days ago, but I've been running a few tutorial streams, so it's kind of like, you know, I've basically covered the basic topics anyway, so you know, you should be able to make a game, I suppose. But yeah, so I'm just kind of like looking at some finer things here. This is some code that basically gives you some nice functions: e-clock start and e-clock stop, and that gives you the resolution. So this include gives you e-clock start, and when you start that, you give it a number, and that's 1000 means milliseconds basically, and then you stop it and it will give you, you know, milliseconds. So basically it times it for so let me see, 50 frames. Is that right? Yeah, I'm kind of like hard to. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. Yeah, 50 frames is 1 second, so that's 1000 milliseconds, of course. It's me trying to divide it all down, and I'm like, whoa. Right. Simple as. Oh, nice. Yeah. Absolutely do. We usually have a kind of an interesting variety of machines, like everything from Lego C64s all the way up to all sorts. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he's still in there. A nurse has been stuck in the tunnel of ghosts. Okay, but yeah, so it's very, very easy to do on Blitz 3 because that include is there, and you can time whatever to a millisecond, and that's fine. E-lock start. Just want to see. It has built up its own complete system there, so it's not exactly great for timing in Blitz 2. In Blitz Basic 2. Let me see if there's anything in Blitz 2 that. I'm trying to remember. See, the Blitz 3 has a much nicer environment, but it's slightly more demanding machine-wise. Let me see, what am I looking for? I'm sure there's something for doing timing as well. Is there a CIA lib? Horizon RI. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool actually, to be fair. Yeah, 2 machines linked with a serial cable, and yeah, and the multiplayer going on. That was pretty awesome. What I want to do is have the to get super skid marks going on 2 machines with 2 projectors, and have the full 8-player experience, because that is that's pretty much maxing out your classic Amiga multiplayer stuff. And it's also good crack because it's just chaos. But yeah, it kind of like, if you have 2 projectors, that's actually really cool to do that, because it's everyone's on the same screen then, effectively. I'm sure there was a CIA library that someone had made, and you don't have to do it directly. Yeah. Let me see. Sorry guys, this is annoying me because I'm sure there's a CIA library. There's a CIA tracker library. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Right, I don't have any ready to go code for Blitz 2 that will give you timers. The CIAs are relatively easy to use. You write kind of a start time to a register. You write a few bits. There's a bit field that you have to write to that tells it to, whether it's repeating or whether it's, doing whatever. And then you write to it to start it. And that's it. It will either set an interrupt when it fires, or you can read the value back whenever you want. And so you can set you can just set up a millisecond timer and it will just keep on going. Or, like a 1/10 of a second timer, if that's good enough, and keep going. And that will, you just basically, whenever you want to, you check the number, and that's it. But they always count down, so you set it to kind of like, whatever it is, whatever 16-bit number, 65,000, and you just watch it counting down, and that's it. Now I'm just after closing the WinUAE debug window. It took the whole of WinUAE with it. Why? Anyways, so you can use that to time things. The way I did it there the other, in just with the benchmarking there is probably a decent way of doing it as well. Like, as in, depending on the resolution you want, timing it by the number of frames is, perfectly legitimate, because the length of time a frame takes isn't going to change. You might not be able to complete your drawing in a frame, but if you fire it in a vertical blank interrupt, it's guaranteed to count either 50 or 60 frames a second, and you can use that you can base that on yeah. In a way you can kind of understand if you change a ROM, like it's emulating. The real hardware would have a shit fest as well. But yeah, it's certain things just seem to kill it off altogether. But yeah, if you're counting frames, I think that's perfectly legitimate, because you can use the NTSC function to see if you're in NTSC mode, and then so let's just do a test here. So there's our interrupt setup. Set in 5 is interrupt 5 is the vertical blank. And so we're basically just going to wait until a mouse button's pressed, and then how we do this? Let's say result, and we'll give it as quick, so we've got some decimal there. And that's it. So, you know, you divide it by 60 if it's NTSC, divide by 50 otherwise, and that's your timing. So oh, hey, oh dear, I bet you I didn't switch off the debugger, did I? Anyway, crash counter up. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Pants, and I didn't save it. Anyway, that should have worked. You can rewind the stream and do that. Yeah. I'm quite enjoying this crash counter. I'm going to keep that. I can't be arsed doing that again. But yes, counting the frames like that is just fine. You know, you can use the NTSC function to see whether it's, you know, 50 or 60 frames a second and do your calculations based on that. What else was there? Yep, I haven't saved changes. Let me see. I wanted to do the let me see, where do I have let's see what this looks like. Oh yeah, and there we got our library crash. So let's not do that. Let's load the ASCII version. There we go. So this is how the PT player works. It's very, very simple. There is an include involved as well. And basically what we're doing is, so in empty install basically installs the routine. It basically sets up an interrupt-driven routine that that runs the module effectively in the background. Then you use load bank to directly load the mod into memory, and yes, you have to load it into chip RAM because you're playing it straight through the sound, the sound hardware. There's the address of it. There are other ways you can load directly into memory like that. You can do it the alloc mem way, the C way basically, and that will work as well. And this has a separate clap thing going on, and that's a function that's used to set up that. So the idea of the when I see that command didn't work. Empty play effects. See, this is the problem. Different versions of the library have different commands for things. So let's look at the library browser. Empty sound effects. Not empty play effects. So what this player does is basically you set it up. You set up your player, and so you initialize your module from the memory that you loaded there up above with the load bank. Then you empty play on. That just starts it off, and then it runs. It runs in the background. The sound effects are played then on a channel that it decides is an appropriate hardware channel to play the sound effect on, based on the module and based on the priorities that you set. So you can tell it that I've got this channel that's reserved for sound effects, and then it will just play them on the sound effects channel. Or you can say, well, this channel of the module is less important. Whatever particular instrument isn't used very much or whatever, and it will play the sound effect in that instead of overwriting what might be a significant part of the melody with the sound effect. So it's quite a good library. Now I have no idea if this is going to work because this is a troublesome library as well. Oh yeah, didn't work. Okay. Let's look at the include. So the sound effect address, sound, word, volume, channel, priority. Sound effect address, sound number, volume, channel, and priority. They look fine. Wrong number of parameters. I think this is possibly related to the library being the wrong version. This is the problem. It does work. What I'm going to do is just get away from there, and I'm going to load up my Dodgy Rocks code. Because I know this works. Oh dear. Oh yes, this is because we've changed the library number. Yeah, sorry guys, hold that thought. Why is that tokenized though? Ah, dear, oh dear. Right. Let's go in here and just reset everything back to where we were. So the problem is that I was messing around in the last one with the different def libs. So let's find the first one of these and get rid of it. It's got to be that one, doesn't it? Okay, I've got new def libs set up. I believe so. I believe so. I haven't tried it, to be honest. I tend to not target anything less than Kickstart 2 at this point. Yeah, that's yeah. Let's see if it works. Yeah, there we go. There's Nivrig. And we're not getting music because it's being a bastard. That library, when it works, is really, really good. And there are so many different versions of it knocking around that it's just a pain. What version is that? 14.344. That is the wrong version. Blitz libs. Let's go to disabled here. I'm going to make a copy of that. I'll put that there. And rename it. Because I think this is the right version. Yeah, because PT Player, it does let you play from a different position because it gives it to you. Good night, Terrible Fire. Thanks for dropping in. And yes, you know, give your knees a good rest there. So this, we're going to try and load it as a temporary library here. So if you put a library in the user libs drawer, or folder, directory, whatever you want to call it, it will give you an error saying it's a crash, and it has overwritten the existing one. So you should find that that the library you've added is the one that's used now instead. So dodge rocks. And no music. Oh man, this library wrecks my head. So it does. So maybe it is this one after all. That's the 14.344 version. Oh, because it's on. Ay. Put that one in there instead. That's a cool mod. Nothing. What a bastard. Yeah, sorry about that. I cannot demonstrate that library because I cannot get it to work. Either version that I have there. But basically, the test code I showed you should work. Let's try it with this altered library. Where was that? It was in shared. Ooh, illegal sound file. Okay. Well, you know what? Other people, you know, you see people in the chat or in the on the Discord and in the Blitz Facebook group, and you're like, how are you getting this to work? That's mad. You know, and they're kind of like, well, I can't get this other version to work. What? Oh yeah, okay. So the problem is for this one is that it is set to the wrong folder. Shared. So, and I should explain this actually. Basically, when you have a relative path to a file like this, which is is expecting the file to be in the same directory as the executable, that's all well and good when you have an executable. But when you're running from the Blitz editor, the path is the path of the Blitz editor, or of the Blitz 2 procedure. So it kind of, it's a subtask of that basically. So it doesn't, it won't find the files unless they actually happen to be in the same folder as the as Blitz itself. So what you in AmiBlitz 3 is when you create an executable, you choose the directory, and then it takes that as a relative directory for opening files. Blitz 2 has a separate function. Oh, there we go. Blitz 2 has changed dir, and there you see it's work programming Blitz 2. That's the directory for programs that are compiled from the editor. You see, so you can change that to to whatever you want, like this. And then once you save that project, that will be the current directory for that project. But let's try this one again. Out of memory. Oh, now we're getting out of memory because it's fragmented bits. Annoyingly. Yeah. Let's try it in Blitz 2 actually. Working! Working! Just pause that for a second. Yeah! Oh, value out of maximum range. Okay, so it has... The interrupt-driven routine is still running, even though the program itself has crashed. So, yeah, so I had to wait for the debugger to finish. So, value out of maximum range. Volume, 0 to 64. Sound number and volume, or sample address, length, period, volume. So, load sound, 0. So maybe this has to be 0, 64 for this format. Sorry. Wait. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if that works. So when I click, it's running that sound effect. And that's it. Yeah, so that's all working fine in Blitz 2. So there you go. Whatever version of the library that is the version I used to have working in AmiBlitz 3. Don't know exactly what I've done there now, but I'm sure I messed it up there last night or on the last stream when I was rejigging all those libraries. I'm sure I've just screwed it up somehow. But yeah. So let's experiment with this and see what's it waiting on me to do. Okay, it's right click finishes it. Ooh, that's slow when it's shutting down the debugger. Let's experiment. So, oh, I see this. It didn't actually. Oh yeah, sorry, it did recognize that. That's part of the include. So, pointer, sound index, volume, channel. -1 is the best guess, and priority greater than 0. So if we give that a priority of 0, what happens? But as well as that, if you've got sound effects that are different priorities, it won't interrupt a higher priority sound to play a lower priority sound. So, you know, you could have again, if you have explosions going on and your engine noise changes, you probably don't need to have the engine noise there if the explosion's on the same channel, because the explosion's a big deal, and you don't want to cut an explosion short, as a, you know, because that'll sound weird. Yeah, that's basically it, I think, for that. Like, it is relatively simple, but it is a nice library, and this is why it's quite a popular one. You do have to be careful if you're planning on running it on PAL and NTSC, and you use this empty install feature. You should use the kind of the NTSC feature function of Blitz to decide whether to run it on 1 or 0. But that's it. Yeah, it works quite well when you get it to work. And this is what, you know, this is the annoying thing. It's such a nice library to use, and then you're like, I can't get it to work. But yeah, you can also set it to just run on channel 3, for example. Seems to be having the same effect. I don't know if I'm just like blanking out all of the songs doing that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to fix this code by saying so this is my if so if JB equals 1, that's our left click. So basically what we're doing is we're taking a single value for the button so that we don't trip up when someone gets the timing exactly right. And we're going to play our sound. And we do and. So if we're saying if button 1 is pressed and it previously wasn't pressed, then we do it. And that's the only time we play the sound. Yeah. Something like that. Mismatched types. What? Yeah. Don't need that then. And you see, so I'm just pressing, I'm not overwhelming the whole thing. So you see what it's doing there actually. You can hear, I don't know if you're listening in stereo or not, and I don't even know if I'm broadcasting in stereo, to be fair. I think I am. But you can hear that if that sound effect it doesn't seem to overwhelm the music anyway when you press it once, but if you press it twice quick enough, you can hear it swaps to the other ear. Yeah, so you can hear that basically it's switching it to a new channel to because that channel's already in use. So when as you add more sound effects, if their priorities suit, it will pick a different channel because the previous sound effect is already playing on it, unless the previous sound effect is a lower priority. So yeah, so it works very well. Yeah. Yeah, you can. I think you can. Yeah, but what you can also do is just use the original sound commands, and just directly play it on a particular channel. So if we actually set that for channel 3. Yeah. I don't know why it seems to be ignoring that setting. Let's open the include and just see what that's doing. Channel.byte. Excuse me. It just passes on that pointer, but it seems to be ignoring that setting actually, which is odd. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. And also, this is an older version of the library, because if you hear, hey, JJ Science, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you and welcome along if you are here. So I don't know. You should be able to force it to use one channel. That was part of the original player, but it doesn't seem to be working. Now, if you can hear the whistling, there's currently whistling on one of the channels. There is an issue with sound effects and instruments if the last byte or the first byte isn't a particular value, because it comes from PC modules or something like that, and it's a kind of it just goes into a very, very high pitched loop. Annoyingly, that's yeah, basically I think that's fixed in a new version of the library, but I can't get the newer version of the library to work. So yeah, there you go. Basically you can go and like hex edit the sound, or you can there are actually Blitz functions for editing sounds. And you can basically go to the last bit of the sound and just poke a 0 in there instead, and it's as simple as that, and that fixes it. Or a non-zero. Basically, you'd have to do something like that. I'm going to get rid of that now and go back to our normal background music, which is a little bit lower. But yeah, you get the idea. It's for sounds and modules that have that issue. So if your instrument ends, the sounds inside the modules, if you like, the instruments inside the modules, so you have to you'd have to edit those instruments as well to make sure they end. I think it's that they have to end on a 0, or that value gets kind of repeated very, very quickly. I can't remember exactly what the situation is, but newer versions of the library have fixed it, I think. By the way, I've just realized that I have 96 followers. Cool. Not in it for the followers, but that's kind of cool. Never expected to get anywhere near 100 people, but yeah, appreciate that. Thanks very much, everyone. Cheers. So yeah, that's that's the tracker library. Oh wow! Hey, Prince Faze, welcome along again. Welcome along. Thank you for joining us. How are you? And were you doing more C64 coding, or what were you doing? How was the stream? Yeah, no, don't say things like that. Don't say things like that. Oh god, you know, I'd be up for it. My wife probably wouldn't. Oh, cool. Can we ask what it is? Or is it a long-term project? And welcome along, Raiders. Thank you for dropping in. This is, yeah, we're covering some miscellaneous bits of Blitz Basic. So 16 streams in total. Fair play. Yeah, like, you know, I've written the odd routine in 68k. Writing an entire game from scratch, it's like, oh my god, that's an impressive body of work. Oh, much respect for that. Much respect. That's awesome. Well done. So we've been covering a couple of things, scrolling and stuff like that, and basically this is the PHX Pro Tracker library that I've been working on here, and it just, you know, kind of got it working. This is an older version of the library, but it's a fiddly little thing to get working in Blitz. But oh yeah. What kind of game? I was also saying there a little while ago, and excellent. This sounds awesome. I think you know, you can tell enough about it from the name. Very cool. Ah, nice. And what's your plan now that you've got it finished? Are you going to move on to something else for your stream projects, or what are you going to do? Are you going to move on to a Blitz Basic project for the Game Jam, maybe? Blitz Basic Game Jam, for anyone who doesn't know about it. Let's stick that in the chat. Fair enough. I think it's yeah. I think between like writing 68k and Blitz are kind of totally alien to each other. But yeah, there's a Blitz Basic Game Jam that's just started. I've got 3 months to come up with a game in Blitz Basic. I haven't really started mine. I've blitted a few tiles on the screen, and that's about as far as I've gotten. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what shape it takes. Sorry, excuse me. I've also been on the Scottish beer all night. And so cheers. Happy Friday, everyone. And, you know, there you go. Ah, yes. Very good. Yeah, good stuff. Well, you never know. I might pop in tomorrow because, yeah, it's yeah, something that's interesting. Like I say, I've written a couple of routines in assembly, and you can do assembly routines in Blitz fairly easily. You know, you can do it sort of inline. You can have certain routines written in assembly and mix them. You can even use PowerPC assembly, believe it or not, if you want to do that kind of, if you want to go that way. But yeah, it's kind of, I've done a couple of simple things. Nothing crazy. Oh, right. Wow. Yeah, you know, because assembly isn't difficult enough. So you're like, fair play. Impressive stuff. But yeah, this is PHX, who's, you know, known well in the assembly circles as well. Yeah, and he's very good. He wrote this library that lets you play a module and also play sound effects all through the library. And it's all coordinated. So if you play a sound effect, it will put the sound effect on a channel that isn't being used for the module. And you can either dedicate a channel to that, or you can let it pick a channel that doesn't get used much. and if and as well as that, if you fire the same sound effect again, it will be put on a different channel. So it kind of optimizes the use of the 4 hardware channels that you have, and so it's a really nice library. And you're probably familiar with it. I'm sure you've seen it around because it's used in loads of other languages. But it's just a little bit awkward to get working in Blitz. But I have it working here, and we've just been playing with it a bit there. It seems to work pretty well. I used it for Dodgy Rocks, and that's written in Blitz, and I use it for that, and it works absolutely fine. But it seems to be very fragile, and if you touch the library at all, I updated the library, all of a sudden you get no sound, nothing whatsoever. I'm like, what? It can't be that bad. It can't be that that fragile, but it is, unfortunately. Ah, cool. Yeah, and that's another thing that's kind of a little bit something I'd love to get more into, but I don't have the let's say the time or the concentration or for the more technical subjects. I think my brain just isn't like it used to be, and having a 4-year-old will do that to you. I'm like, I'm perpetually exhausted. But yeah, it's the coppers are the copper's an amazing thing. It really is, and it's such a simple thing in one way. But it's cool at the same time. It's it's an impressive bit of hardware, and it's something I'd love to do. And there are Blitz has nice support for using the copper, and you can load in your own binary, like a set of binary or copper instructions, and you can fire that into a Blitz Basic program, and it's actually really cool. So it has a couple of preset things that you can use, like your rainbow gradients and things like that, and refiring sprites and things like that. But the more sophisticated stuff, you have to kind of roll your own, but it does support that, which is cool. Yeah, absolutely. And that's it. It's easy, when you move to something complete like that, it's a completely different paradigm. You're not executing instructions and they take as long as they take. It is a very different thing that it does. Like I say, it's deceptively simple. It's there's only a few things it can do, but it's what you do with those things that matter. Whereas your normal CPU could do 60 or 100 different things, and and it's up to you to decide which is the best. But it's an awesome thing. I did a little bit on the Atari 800 XL as well, and that you can really see where the copper comes from when you look at that with the display lists. It's basically the same thing on a simpler level, but it's the 8-bit version of the copper. It is really cool. And like this thing changing screen resolutions on the fly as you go down, and just changing your fetch pointers and things like that at certain points to give the wave effect and all that. That's all you can do all that on the Atari 8-bits as well. And it's like, yeah, and definitely see that someone was the same people were involved here, Yeah. So yeah, I think what have we done here? We've got our empty player involved. There was one other thing I wanted to point out actually, and Zuperdan, I think you might appreciate this. I forgot to mention the other day. I know I was talking about the blitter, and basically what happens in Blitz is that you fire off the blitter to do something, and okay, the blitter will go and do its thing, and then your code keeps running. But if you try to blitz something else, it will wait until the blitter's finished, and then it will blitz something else, so it queues it up. But your code gets stalled then. So if you're blitting stuff in your main loop, you kind of spread it, and you double buffer it. Obviously, you spread it through the main loop, and that kind of helps. Distributes all your stuff through the loop. But one of the there are a couple of commands that actually don't have that function, like the CLS command or the the get a shapes command. Tell me about it, Jesus. If I won the lotto tomorrow, I'd be done with my main day job. Great and all as my day job is, out the window, gone. I would not be in work on Monday, and I would be I'd sit here coding and making new peripherals and that kind of stuff, and that would be it. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? It would be amazing. And kind of like, you occasionally see people who can make a living out of retro stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, that's tough going, and it's still not kind of doing what I want to do as such. It's there's a lot of dealing with customers, a lot of that kind of faff, and doing tax returns and stuff. I'm just like, just someone just give me enough money to live on comfortably, and so pay my rent, pay my food, pay my car, and I will just code Blitz Basic all day for you. It's too much to ask. Yeah, and that's it. And if I won the lotto, that's exactly what I do. I have multiple man caves, and this is the thing. I would have all my mechanical gear, my milling machines and my lathes and all that kind of stuff, my 3D printers, that kind of stuff. Then I'd have my retro cave, and then I'd have another cave for my trains. I don't have any trains because I don't have space, but I would love to have a giant model railway. It'd be amazing. Probably computer control it. I married a girl who had promises of being rich, as in, she was an up and coming opera singer. 15 years later, she's still an up and coming opera singer. And you don't get rich unless you're the top, like the top of the top of the top, when you're a singer, regardless of the type of singer. But yeah, there you go. So wouldn't change her for the world, etc., etc. But no, I didn't marry her because I thought she was going to be rich and famous, because that doesn't appeal to me either. But yeah, there you go. It would be nice, she's actually away singing at the moment in Dundee. But anyways, so there are a couple of commands like get a shape and CLS. CLS basically, is a kind of a leftover from 8-bit basics. And basically what that will do is that will fill the bitmap with whatever color you give it. So, CLS5 will fill the bitmap with the currently used bitmap with pen 5, whatever that happens to be. And it's cool, but it's slow because it does it with the blitter. It doesn't like, I'm sure there are quicker ways of doing it, but it does it with the blitter, and it's, it's slow as a result. But if you interrupt it, if you fire off something to the blitter, it will stop. It will. If you try to blitz something, it will interrupt the CLS, and what will happen is you'll end up with some of your bit planes have been cleared, some of them haven't been cleared, and you get like ghosting of whatever was left previously. You get 1 or 2 bit planes worth of the data is still there, and then you kind of draw your new game screen. You're like, oh, all these weird artifacts going across, and it's mad. It's a bit trippy, to be honest. But you have to wait till that finishes, and there's no real. Well, there is. This is what I was getting to. You can check if the blitter's still busy with your, I can't remember. Again, Prince Phase is gonna fill me in on this, I think. But there is the blitter busy flag somewhere, and yeah. But Blitz, you can get Blitz to check for you, and it is blitter busy or something like that. Spell blitter. Blitter busy. No. Blitter busy. Yeah. I think it's blitter finished. Blitter done. Hey, there we go. Got there. And blitter done will give you a true if the blitter is sitting idle, and a false otherwise. So you can do, you know, well, at the simplest. Oh my god. At the simplest level, you can do something like that. While blitter done equals false, then, you know, and busy loop until the blitter's finished. So that's quite nice. And it's you know, if you find the blitter busy flag, you can have a peek at that as well. Basically, that's all that command is doing in the background, I'm sure. But it's a nice, that is a nice feature, or a nice command. So you can tell, you know, it. So if you're, especially if you're kind of like doing something else in the background, you can periodically check if the blitter is finished, and then blitz something else, and then carry on with whatever processing you're doing. Actually, speaking of the Atari 8-bit, there was a great game on that, Eastern Front 1941, and it was published by Atari, and it was a war simulator where you play the part of the Germans, which, you know, in the Second World War is a bit odd. You know, not you know, not your usual approach, let's say, but it had this very, very nice feature where it would calculate the enemy moves in the background and wait while you were making your move. So if you made your move quicker, it wouldn't have as much time to do as many iterations, and it wouldn't make as smart a move. So the quicker you could respond, the better chance you had of, you know, the AI making a terrible mistake. And I thought that's cool. You know, yeah, block scroll probably is faster, but you have to create a blank bitmap somewhere, and creating a blank bitmap probably takes a bit of time anyway, because you have to zero all that memory. So yes, if you happen to have, you know, infinite bit chip RAM, yeah, that's probably a way to do it. But yeah, Prince Phase, we had a thing earlier where we were looking at copying bitmaps, and Blitz Basic gives you a copy bitmap command, and it turns out it is far slower than any other method of copying bitmaps. So we did a block scroll, which is basically a blitter copy, and that was much faster than the copy command, the bitmap copy command. And then we did a RAM copy, just a copy mem with the CPU, and that was also quicker. And you kind of like thinking, you know, what were these guys doing? What were they thinking when they wrote this command? What you know, what is it doing that's taking so long? And I don't know if it's doing it like a pixel copy, you know, like, you know, reading all 5 bit planes each pixel, or something stupid like that. I don't know, but it you know, it took far longer than the others. But yeah, anyway, that was a revelation, because, you know, I use that in non-critical things, as in, well, you know, to set up a back buffer or something like that. I'll do a bitmap copy, but now I'll do like a, you know, a copy mem, or use the blitter, because it's far quicker. Now, obviously, running a faster CPU speed will change that. That was on, you know, cycle exact A500 mode. When it was on the 1200, the time was about the same for the CPU copy, but the bitmap copy was still much slower. It's like, it's mad. Anyway, interesting stuff. So what else was there? Yeah, there are a couple of interesting things that in this blitter done is not a default blitz thing. Well, like, I'm not sure what, really, you know. Possibly, yeah. If you could, if you use a CPU to write zeros to the bitmap, it probably is quicker. Yeah. You know, yeah, you probably could. I don't know, and it's worth benchmarking. I'm not going to benchmark it now, but it definitely, if you've got an accelerator, is going to be faster. But I think, you know, around 020, 030, the CPU starts to get faster, but on 68,000, it's not really as fast as the blitter. But I'm sure the blitter can be used to just you know, if you give it a null channel, can you do that? Prince Phase would know better as well, I think. Because the blitter takes, you know, obviously takes a couple of sources and combines them with masks and stuff like that to create your output, which is given through another channel. That I'm sure the blitter can just block a certain value into memory. So that might be a quick way of doing it, if you can do that. How you would do that, I don't know. I don't know how you do that in Blitz, to be honest. So if you wanted to create a blank bitmap, like all color 0, what would be the quickest way of doing it? So, you know, like writing with the CPU, you know, but on 68K will be a bit slower. Is there a way of doing it with the blitter? There you go. So all the other channels are null. Cool. There you go. And I suspect Blitz is not doing that because CLS seems to be quite a slow command as well. Because Blitz. You know what? Let's just do a little test of oh no. Where were we? Oh, let's see. No, it was in AmiBlitz, wasn't it? Well, we can load it in here anyway. Yes, sorry. Because that's like that, yes. Okay. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so once you got 32-bit access with a 32-bit CPU onto the chip RAM, it was it's faster. And the A3000 will do that as well, even though it's not AGA. It's it has I think that's the fastest chip RAM access of all the Amigas. I could be wrong, but I think it is. The A3000 is like, you know, that's peak chip RAM access. By default, obviously, you know, depending on accelerator time, you can get better chip RAM timing on other machines. But out of the box, I think the 3000, because it has 32-bit access, the same as the 1200, and it isn't running AGA, it has it has more bandwidth, so the CPU is better on the A3000 at writing chip RAM than any other Amiga. Which is pretty impressive. Yeah, because it's actually faster than the A4000 for various reasons. But yeah, there you go. It's mad how these things go. Okay, so this was our little benchmarking program from earlier. So I'm going to add a whole section to this. After copy mem, copy, and now we're going to do CLS 5, let's say. So now yeah, it's a bit of a kind of an anomaly, because normally the ECS machines are 16-bit access and the AGA is 32, but the A3000 is 32-bit chip RAM access with the ECS chipset. It's a funny one. Type not found because I haven't added the compiler options. And because now this is another thing as well on AmiBlitz is a bit more clever when you're doing includes and resident files and stuff like that. So on AmiBlitz you can basically name the key part of the include, like dos.include, and you don't have to add the .bb2 or .ab3. It will automatically find the most appropriate version if it's in its includes directory, which is fine. But Blitz 2, you have to specify it explicitly. The same with the resident files. Blitz 3 knows where to find resident files. Blitz Basic 2 does not. So you have to do you have to give it the full path. Now, this is part of why Blitz 2 has assigns that it needs, and Blitz 3 doesn't need assigns because it's a bit more well thought out like that. Oh well, running the debugger is not going to change things. Now, oh yeah, and also I'm running this in Blitz, so we need oh, what? Oh, it has crashed. That is not responding to the mouse. Crash counter.
Oh dear.
That is annoying. So I'll reboot and we do it in Blitz 3. Yeah. Oh. Oh, for the love of Jesus. When you save it tokenized, that is what happens. Yeah, it is a bit crashy, and sometimes it's because you have less control over how it manages chip RAM is one of the key things, and it's very easy to run out of chip RAM because every time your program crashes, it's corrupting chip RAM. Or not corrupting. Well, it probably is, but as in, if your debugger catches it, you don't get to free resources, and you end up with fragmented RAM. And you got you might still have plenty of chip RAM free, but it's all in tiny little chunks, and it causes all sorts of problems. So yeah, sometimes it just, I don't know what happened there. I really don't know what happened there. Oh yeah, the debugger doesn't like the interrupts, and even though that was on Blitz 2, I think the debugger just doesn't like interrupts, and the debugger was running there. So I said, yeah, the debugger is going to have a problem here. Speed-wise, I thought it's just going to, it's going to put all the things screwy. But the debugger, I think, is causing the interrupt to take longer than a 50th of a second. So it's a complete frozen machine. And let me see. That should do it. You can, yeah. There are a few different plugins for a few different editors that you can use on the PC side and just save. And there are even AREX scripts that you can run. That basically you can trigger them from Visual Code or VS Code or whatever, and it will load the file automatically into Blitz and compile it for you, and that works quite well. Because yeah, they've got a decent decent AREX port and stuff, AREX support. Now let's see, CLS5. Yeah, it's not something I have set up, but loads of people swear by it, and I haven't actually thought about covering it because I don't actually use it myself. But there are loads of guides and there are loads of people who use it all the time. So let me see, after CLS, what have we got? Yeah, so I think even though there was Blitz 2, I think it was the debugger that shafted us there. So let's have a look. Exactly, yeah. And I'm sure people have posted guides about it and stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely, because you can. Yeah. There you go. There's a link to it if you want. Oh, so that is the one you know. Okay. Yeah, it's there. But quite a few people have that. There's a thread on EAB about it as well. You know, that people have it set up that way, and there are a couple of different ones. Like there's a Notepad++ one, there's a VS Code one. There are a couple of different ones. All right. I'm just out of beer, so what I'm going to do is, well, let's compile this and see if it works. That's the wrong window. I'm going to put my shortcuts into Discord. So yeah, so if you know, especially if you want a hand setting it up, I'm sure there's plenty of people there who'll help you out. But yeah, there we go. It's running. See that? It's exactly the same as the block scroll. That's interesting. Of course, that's running at super turbo WinUAE speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it to A1200 speed, and that'll give us an idea. Cycle exact A1200. Yeah. So 236 on the bitmap, 114 in the block scroll, 152 in the CPU, 95 on the CLS. So CLS is actually doing something a bit quicker. So maybe it is doing a blitter, you know, just nothing but channel D maybe. Yeah. So it is quicker to do that than anything else, but it still feels slow. And there you go. It's still 95. It still takes more than a frame to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So but yeah. I don't know. I don't know exactly. I'm not going. Like I said, I'm not going to disassembling it today. It might be something I'll look at some point. But yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah. No, you couldn't use it for real time. Definitely not. Unless you had a faster CPU and you did it with the CPU. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, this is based on a 5-bit plane bitmap, and it's fetch 0, so it's not using any AGA speed or anything like that. Yeah, so it's it's a definite no. Yeah, absolutely, and especially on OCS. So 4-bit planes is kind of it's nice and snappy, and after that it's like yeah, exactly. Right, I'm going to go and get a beer. I will leave you with these beautiful tunes for a minute, and I'll be back soon, and we can talk more Blitz. If there's anything else you want me to look at that I have code available for, by all means, yeah, think there for a minute or two, and when I come back, we can look at some other stuff. Cool. Yes, very good question. Let's try that. 4-bit planes, 4-bit planes, and bit planes 0 to 3. That should be it, shouldn't it? Let's give that a go. This is WinUAE, but it's cycle exact for an A1200. So yeah, 92.74. Still, yeah, there's a marked difference there. All right. So yeah. So the thing is that it could be doing a very fast kind of clearing and then being slow in blitz terms, you know, as in, you know, basically the kind of the surrounding blitz code. And oh yeah, someone asked on the Discord earlier about speed wise compared to C, or someone was wondering about it. So basically the estimate is that blitz code, CPU bound blitz code, will run about 70% the speed of the equivalent code in C. So, you know, so you're losing a fair chunk there, but the thing is, you know, the blitter is obviously going to run at the same speed, and depending on what you're doing, that difference is kind of almost, you know, is narrowed way down, because, excuse me, if you spend most of your time waiting on the blitter, then, you know, the rest of the code doesn't really make a difference. But yeah, so yeah, it'd be interesting to benchmark this, but I think there is some extra flab around the when Blitz sets up the blitter for you, because it has to kind of resolve the you know, you're dealing with object numbers and things like that, and it has to resolve those object numbers to actual, you know, chip RAM addresses and stuff like that, and do all that kind of stuff for you. And you don't really have much control over that unless you want to do everything by yourself, and then you might as well use assembly. So yeah, so that's the situation anyway. But yeah, so it does get a lot faster at 4 after it is finished. Yeah, can do. I'm resetting it. So I've tried to be consistent by having the same print each time. But yeah, that is a fair point. So so let's see. Time equals 0. So instead of that, come on, J. So let's say bmap copy, bs copy, bitmap block scroll, copy mem copy, even though it's not a copy, let's just put it in there because yeah, so bm copy. You can type, Rob, you can type. Also, you know, the loop the loop code itself is going to slow things down a little bit because we're doing 100 of them. It's probably losing a couple of percent there. But yes, copy is a bit of time. Time, and then and now we just do that from the start. Print. Bitmap copy. Do I still have an imprint in? Where? Yeah, that's before any kind of calculations are done. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. That's more counting the number of frames it takes to actually load the executable, or not load the executable, but yeah, set up your bitmaps. Actually, kind of curious. I've used Blitz before. Have I? What? Where is it? Well, you know what? For sorry, yeah, that's okay. I was like, what? But yeah, bitmap. Yeah, use bitmap. Yeah, that's fine. That just sets up your pointers for which bitmap you want to actually Blitz to. It's yeah, because Blitz keeps an internal pointer of the currently used bitmap. So all your Blitz, all your bitmap operations happen on that particular pointer, towards that particular pointer. So yeah, it's a Rasport pointer, but it's just kind of a handy way of doing it. But that's fine. Yeah, so time is reset there, so that's fine. It doesn't really impact anything. We're all consistent here. So bitmap copy. What's the third one? Copy mem copy, same copy after, and then CLS. Okay. And save, and let's run that. This is on top of the OS. Also worth checking in hardware mode. That's you have a fair point there. But this is an RTG screen, so the blitter should in theory be idle 100% of the time. So bitmap copy 188. Yeah, it's kind of similar. You know, yeah, that hasn't really saved much, I suppose. Output into the shell hasn't really done much, because it was probably consistent. Yeah, true, but they should be reasonably consistent. You know, through all of the operations, whatever they're doing. You know what? Let's do it in Blitz mode. Let's shut all that down. Let's see. I'm enjoying this, actually. And then, right. So this will blank the screen. It's not a crash. Please do not adjust your sets. Yeah. Thank you, Super Dan. Yeah. CLS is a lot quicker there, actually. That's a fair point. So the other numbers are kind of CLS is almost a frame, because 50 would be a frame. Oh no, CLS is faster than a frame. Sorry, yeah, because it does 100 iterations. So CLS is a bit more than half a frame, and that includes the loop code. This is very interesting. But anyway, my gripe with CLS was that it did not queue up the blitter. So what happened was you could start your CLS and try to immediately blit afterwards, and it would, you know, you kind of, yeah, you end up with ghosting because it cancelled the blitter operation. It interrupted it. So yeah, so basically blitter done is the way to do that, or else have your loop long enough that it doesn't interfere, and then test it on a fast CPU just to make sure. But that is interesting. That's an interesting test. Thank you for that, Prince Phase. That's cool. Well, I'm going to try that with 5-bit planes now. Nothing to see here, except null pointers. Oh! Oh yeah, sorry, no, they've all gotten longer, that's fine. Yeah. 6 frames to... 6 frames with them. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's do one bit plane. Yeah. There is a big jump. I have noticed that there is a big jump. Whoa, that is nuts. But there is a big jump at 4-bit planes, and I'm sure it is to do with the like the cycles that are used. But that's pretty impressive. But isn't it amazing that the actual Blitz command for copying bitmaps is consistently the slowest by a long way? It's not even just slightly. Yeah. The proportions are kind of similar there. They're basically, yeah, 2-bit planes. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so that was yeah, significantly slower, all right, but like, it's mad. It's basically 3 times more expensive in the CPU times than the block scroll copy, which is just a blitter copy. Like, why did they not use a blitter copy? It's nuts. Yeah, absolutely. And I did, you know, I did the Amiga port of Dodgy Rocks in Blitz Basic, and it had basically, you know, the kind of the mobile version of it. If you're familiar with it, it's kind of a mobile infinite scroller. It's it uses kind of like a shadow that's part of the sprite, if you like, you know, so the player and all the objects, they have a shadow, and it's just like a sort of a circle of grey at the bottom of it. And on the Amiga, I decided not to do that, and instead the shadow is like a single bit plane blit, and it's quicker. It's actually quicker, because I benchmarked the shit out of that, and it was it's quicker to do the bit plane as a single blit into the remaining plane, and I have a sort of a pseudo half bright mode going on, and you get the shadows for free, and they look better than the PC version. Or not for free, but it's, yeah, it's much nicer to do it that way with a single bit plane. Yeah, let's do it. Just 3. Oh, the beer's kicking in. I'll do 1-bit plane again, no problem. So there's not a significant difference there, really. That was kind of similar. There's less of a pronounced difference, but 1-bit plane is dramatic. Yeah. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's very impressive. I cannot. The simple reason being that Blitz doesn't. Does it? I thought there was a less pronounced between 2 and 3. But anyways, fair enough. We can always watch it back and look at the numbers. But Blitz doesn't support doing interleaved stuff like that. So I would have to kind of like do it by hand, and that kind of like, yeah, I'm not going to bother. But nice, yeah, you know, there is a significant thing to that, to doing like a single, excuse me, a single, like, you know, a very tall or very wide blit is, sorry, this beer is doing things to me. I'll drink more beer to solve that. But yeah, if you do interleaved, basically it's kind of a single blit instead of a separate blit into each bit plane. It's kind of a single blit across, and it just sort of spreads across the memory, and it's a nice way of doing it, and it's why bitmaps are stored interleaved on the Amiga by default. Like it's interleaved bitmaps, and it works really well if you can do that. Blitz doesn't really support it, so you can set up the blitter yourself and do it yourself, and there are ways of doing it, you know, kind of like by faffing about with it, but I have not got any code prepared, and I'm not going to sit for half an hour trying to get it working. So but it's not supported, unfortunately. It is a shame, because that will make a big difference. Even though you're doing a bigger blit, it's still a single blit on, you know, kind of with a single bit plane. It's not really, but it, you know, it's kind of what it seems like. So the speed is okay. So it's still, oh yeah, Zuperdan's taking notes. Look at that. oh, look at that. Copy bitmap is marginally faster. Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, it's still slower, but it is faster at doing its job. Yeah, I think Blitz is doing silly things with bitplane. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know what it's doing. But what I do know is when you put WinUAE in JIT mode, just in time mode, the copy bitmap command is very, very fast. So I think it's CPU driven, but it's not doing as good a job as copymem, because don't know, because of laziness. Maybe there's some factor I'm not seeing here, but yeah, I'd expect it to be far quicker than it is. Actually, here's the thing. Well, I was going to say, look, I was saying this is in blue. Normally it'll highlight it in pink if it's using the hardware, but a block scroll, yeah, copy map, bitmap, yeah, but block scroll is also not showing up as a system unfriendly thing. So I wonder if it's using the OS library for that. But then why didn't copy bitmap use the same OS library? Because, like, you know, if you do the normal blit command, see, it turns pink there because it's warning you that you need the custom chips for that. I don't know. This is curiouser and curiouser. The scroll lib. It's what else is in the scroll lib? Oh, that was. I think that help is very slow to come up. Because, yeah, let's put our CPU back where it should be. You know, it's terrible when you get used to instant things, isn't it? See, I haven't disassembled copy bitmap, so I don't know for sure. But all it does is you give it two bitmap numbers, and it copies one to the other. Like it's not a complicated thing. It should be a very simple thing to do. I don't know. It's probably overthinking things, because a block scroll does the same thing. You know, it copies from one bitmap to the other, but it uses it in a blitter friendly way. So it's exactly, yeah. It's, you know, but it's doing it with the CPU, and I don't know what it's doing that upsets things. You know, and the only thing I can think of is that it's reading it in a pixel perspective rather than a bitplane perspective, which is a silly way to do it. But yeah, but so is CopyMem. You know, CopyMem is also with the CPU, and that does it quicker. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Useful for block scrolling routines that render the same blocks both sides of the display. The program can now choose to render just one set and then copy the result to the other side. Yeah, fine. Does not say anything about CPU wise or what. Yeah, I don't know. CPU or CLS is also marked as system friendly. You know what? Copy bitmap says yeah, that's it. It's literally, that's all it does. You know, it copies the bitmap. So they're doing something. Are they? I don't know. But like, you know, there are a couple of possibilities here. One is that it's taking into account like non-standard bitmap formats or something like that. But then, you know, it's still 5 bitplanes, and copying 5 bitplanes worth of memory should be quicker than that as well. You know, like whatever way you cut it, 5 bitplanes is 5 bitplanes. It's only like 10k bitplane or something. Yeah, I don't know. The only other thing it's doing is, well, yeah, exactly. You could write a wrapper for a copy bitmap, and it calls block scroll on the 2 bitmaps, and it works. I was going to say maybe it's resolving the bitmap numbers to a set of pointers, which is fine. You know, that can take time. But block scroll is also using the same bitmap IDs, 0 and 1. I don't know. You see, oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the normal scroll command. Now watch this. Watch this. Oh yeah, no, I'm in super turbo fast mode. Because maybe copy bitmap can deal with arbitrary size bitmaps, and it doesn't do a 16-bit aligned copy. That is my theory now. Okay, A1200 speed. Yeah, look at that. Bitmap copy and block scroll copy are now basically the same. So, that's it. I know the Amiga will read 16-bit, but if you have a bitplane that is, let's say, or if you have a bitmap that's like, let's say, 17 pixels wide, that's basically a nightmare for copying, because you have to copy full 32 bits wide. It should, and it doesn't. That is what it's doing. It's doing the scroll, and that's the difference between the scroll and block scroll and the blit and block. You see? So a blit will blit any shape to any pixel position, whereas a block will only do it in multiples of 16 with multiples of 16 wide bit planes or bitmaps. So, and it's much faster as a result. So this is the problem. It is catering for bitmaps that aren't a multiple of 16 bits wide. Bit planes that aren't a multiple of 16 bits wide. That's what it's doing, because they were basically the same number, 41, 42. Let's run it again. 40, 42, negligible. CLS is still much faster, but yeah, that's doing different things. Let's do 5-bit plane mode. Ho-ho! Oh well. At least Blitz does give you the option to panic. And we'll switch to JIT mode again. Yeah, so we can do a panic kill, and then we can save. And reboot. We'll give that a crash.
Oh dear.
Yeah. 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 It's I think, you see, so what do we do? 5. Let's run that. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, cycle exact, cycle exact. Okay. It's exciting, isn't it?
Excellent.
Thanks for that, Vision for All. Now, there is a bit of a difference there. 186 to 211. It's not, and bitmap copy is actually quicker. Yeah, but they are quite close. 5-bit planes. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think that's the difference. Is copy bitmap is not optimizing itself for doing 16-bit aligned stuff. And I know, yeah, the transfers will all be 16-bit aligned anyway. But yeah, you can see it when you do a buffered blit and things like that, or a queued blit, like, you know. So if you restore, like Blitz has this concept of queue blitz, and they restore from a different. Well, yeah, but then you say that, and then, you know, the very next day someone will come along and have a shape that's 23 pixels wide. And you know, that's it. I guess it's not just for copying giant bitmaps that are exactly the same size as the screen. But yeah, you know, I would always have them 16-bit aligned anyway, or 16-bit, multiples of 16 wide anyway. Because it just makes sense, even if you're doing the kind of blitz and stuff like that, just to keep things safe at the edges, even if it's not a full 320 wide or 640 wide or whatever. But yeah. So there you go. But it shows you the difference between block scroll and scroll. Because block scroll is significantly faster. There you go, block scroll is half the speed. Or, sorry, took half the time. as the bitmap copy, whereas the scroll command is kind of similar. So yeah, it must be along those lines. They're similar enough times that yeah, that's a shame. But yeah, it kind of makes sense now that I think about it. It's, yeah, bitmap copy is a universal thing. It has for me as well, for everyone. So what's next? What do we do next? Because this has been interesting. Is there code you want me to run through on something else? Like, will we load up a program and see what it does and see what I've done? Oh, give me my speed. You very quickly get used to the fast CPU thing. Like not even on, like, you know, WinUAE, of course, but on a real Amiga, you know, and I have like my transparent menus on my A1200 with graphics card no 60, and it's like, yeah, you know, it's fine. That is a perfectly legitimate way to spend CPU time. But not when it's an 020. More code, why not? Yes, let's like examine code that I wrote ages ago and can and let's rubbish it. So we've always got oh, I got a weird memory alert there. I'm gonna try open that file again, see if I get the same thing. Yeah, something's not right there. I'm gonna reboot just in case. Ah, yeah, go away. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it to. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm doing. So this is the Tron game that I wrote for the Amiga Future tutorials. Yeah, let's go without the let's go without the debugger. Ah, fuck you. Yeah, because the paths weren't right. Now, and this is a problem with the AmiBlitz graphics commands, like loading graphics in. They are not safe to use unless you're absolutely sure that you know where your graphics are. So, because if it can't find the file, it crashes. It's bad. The AmiBlitz versions of them are quite nice. Like, so if you use the includes, they're really, really nice. So actually, you know what? Let's look at the WB tic-tac-toe code, right? Because I ran this earlier, and I like this is a game I wrote ages ago, and it's only a simple tic-tac-toe thing, but it does 4 dimensions. And yeah, I just fixed a bug there the other day that I found that was corrupting graphics, because it thought it was running on a graphics card when it was on AGA, and so it would load in, you know, basically it made balls of things. But loading graphics, the commands for loading graphics are not friendly. If they can't find the file, if the file is not an IFF interleaved bitmap, it will just shit itself. And yeah, so you have to be careful with that. So like where do I actually load the assets even? Let's see. But this is all statement driven, because it's not a speedy game. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of functions there. Okay. See, yeah, this is the thing. I was initially basing it on whether it could open cybergraphics.library, and that would tell you whether you've got a graphics card. That was a bad move, because if you had a graphics card but you decided to open an AGA screen, then you get corrupted graphics, basically. And here's another good use of that conditional compiling commands, compiler directives. Blah. See, if I set my debug variable, you can see that it has some command line output. Otherwise, it doesn't. Now, these are using the includes screen open. That's a screen include. Where am I loading my shapes? Don't mind all that code. So we load we've got two different versions of the of a lot of the code actually. So basically we use image load, and that will tell you that the path is wrong. If you're using AmiBlitz 3, it'll pop up an error saying can't find the file, and and your program will exit gracefully, which is really nice. And you can see that it even has its own help thing. All the AmiBlitz includes are actually really, really cool. And it also, as a side effect, it also supports alpha, which is cool. It will reduce colors, but it doesn't work very well when it thinks it's running on a graphics card and it's not. But yes, screen library is also good for picking pens. But yet then we do the hardware version of it runs on drawing simpler shapes. But yeah. Oh, this is a stupid big game for what it is. But I wrote this for OS 4, you see, with the option of running it on classic hardware. So, it's designed to run on a half a gig of RAM Amiga rather than a 1 mega RAM Amiga. The executable is like 200k or something like that. It's terrible. It's Blitz executables are generally very big anyway. Let's see. It's a quarter of a megabyte. Libraries as in the Blitz command libraries. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. So basically, at a simple level, Blitz is more like a macro assembler than a fully blown compiler. It does some compiler stuff, but see this endprint? What'll happen is if you have an endprint, you see there at the top it says blitzlib printlib. So what it does is, if you use endprint in your code or any other commands that are contained in that Blitz library, it will statically link that library to your code, and then it'll just whenever it has an endprint, it will just do a jump to that code with the parameters that you give it, and then return back out of it. And so that's what it does. So basically, every library that you even touch gets statically added to your code, to your executable code. So it means you do get quite bloaty executables in that way, because it's kind of like a stickle bricks kind of. It's like building an executable with Lego, really. So it does make fat executables, but it works well as a language, as a basic language, But if you look at a library, the help file will bring up the library, and this is the printlib, and you can see these are the commands that are in the library. And if you use any of them, the entire library is attached, is linked. So even if you just use the string command, you'll attach the whole library. So Blitz will do that all automatically for you, so you don't actually have to worry about that as such. But like AmiBlitz is good for this because you have a library browser here, and you can see all the different libraries. So each library has an ID, and so basically a command is a library ID and a command ID, and each is a byte. So you can have 255 libraries, and each one can have 255 commands in them, or functions or keywords. So you can see here I've got quite a heavily populated one, but AmiBlitz 3 kind of includes almost everything that's available, that was ever available. The MPEG-A library, which is cool because I actually did write an MP3 player in Blitz, and there you go, and it works. And in these kind of situations, see where you've got a 1 on the end? This is basically it's a system library wrapper, so it doesn't really do anything other than directly access the standard OS library. So when you have a library that has a 1 on the end, it's a system library. You have to access it with pointers. You can't pass strings. You have to pass string pointers. You have to do all that kind of stuff first. And they have an underscore after them, after the name, and it's the same with all the system libraries. So all your OS libraries, like there's exec there. You've got all the standard things. Actually, sorry, I tell a lie. Ami Blitz. Oh no, I don't. No, so that's 2, 7. Okay, yeah, no, ignore me. I was gonna say like token. I thought you can actually have more than 255 in a library, but I don't know. Anyways, you can see the whole of exec is there. Yeah. See, this is a Blitz library. It's not a standard .library file or anything. It's a .object file. So it's basically precompiled code. That's all it is. It's not a kind of a standard API. It's not a library, a resource, or a device or anything that you can open. So it's not. So you don't normally deal directly with on a you don't need to worry about the libraries on a library level. That's the thing. You don't have to worry about it as such, except if you're trying to really minimize your executable. You don't want to have a situation where you've only got one library used. So like if we look at this libs and we update this, we can see all the different libraries used here. Yeah, like a resource. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, you can call a resource as well, just like you can with just in C. You know what I mean? You can open it and close it, and same with the device. You can open and close it. That's basically it. Ultimately they're all libraries. At the all those kind of files at an OS level are kind of basically the same thing as libraries. They just have a slightly different set of standard functions. So a device is basically a library that has a specific set of offsets, a specific set of base commands, and after that you can add others. But they all work the same way. No, it will if you use the code. Basically, let's go back to where was my library browser? Did I close it? I did. If we go down to the bottom here, yeah, so we've got Backclock and Batman, yeah, bullet.library. So basically, it doesn't. If you use that in your code, you can just use that in your Blitz code, absolutely no problem. And that's no problem. You need to know what you're doing first off, because dealing with resources and dealing with devices is it can be tricky, but yeah, it'll do that no problem. And when you say import, it has those, basically all the definitions, all the header files are there as well, but they're not header files to see in C parlance. But if you go to compiler settings, all.res contains all the includes and the definitions that you need for those. So all your constants, all your structs and all that are there. It won't import at all. What do you mean? Like, if you include a single like alcmem from exec, right, or open library, the entire of exec has to be there. But it's all wrapper functions, but that's all statically linked. It doesn't link. I see what you're saying now. It doesn't statically link exec.library. No, it doesn't. It statically links the Blitz wrappers for those libraries. Does that make more sense? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Now we're on the same page. Sorry, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. No, it statically links the Blitz library, which is not the same thing as an OS library. And if you look at a Blitz library, that that like that. I'll show you the includes that come with AmiBlitz 3 are very similar to the OS libraries, but written in a more, well, less machine code basically. So if we load in, like for example, the DOS include, which is kind of a favorite of mine because I use it for lots of stuff. You know what? I never really used Amiga Basic. I never used Amiga Basic. I have dabbled in it since, and I can't really remember exactly. But those library one libraries are actually you can compile them from the standard Amiga FD files, which basically describe the library layout. Oh, so yeah, they're the same thing. They are FD files, and basically they're just a Blitz pre-compiled version of the FD file. That's all they are. So if you have any library, that's how mpeg.library is in there, is because I have the FD file for it. Now it might be that Blitz ships with it now, but back when I wrote my MP3 player, I just got the standard Blitz library, and it had the source and it had the FD file, and I just compiled a Blitz object file from the FD file, and that was it. So it's just a wrapper, and it's each call is just like a few lines of assembly to basically pass the parameters and get the results back. That's all. So this is the this is kind of like a more Blitz version of that, but it kind of does the same thing. So let's see, like the standard calls, like DOS add part, and you can see basically that's all it does. So it just gives you a couple of commands to organize your parameters, and then calls the Amiga DOS version, and then just returns the result. And then just write the code in the middle without Blitz crashing. Yeah, I know it's crashed like what we've got 5 today. Yeah, some stuff it just has to be avoided, like putting like using the debugger during an interrupt is not advisable. It's just basically a no. There are certain things to be avoided, but generally I think it's all right. But what, like, have you got a specific thing, like it's Blitz 2 you're talking about? It's how to have a standard startup and then just write the code in the middle. Like AmiBlitz does have like empty source, or like, you know, like if you you can load a hello world. Oh, I see. Yeah. That does the handover and the parsing parameters and the workbench handshake and stuff like that. Yeah. You kind of have that, but like, you know, it's like, you know, Blitz tries to do that for you as well, but you know, like that's basically there's your hello world, and that will do that, and if you add like, there you go, it's safe to start from workbench. That's your workbench handshake. Yeah. Yeah, it is a bit unforgiving. The debugger will usually catch things, you know, like, you know, silly things. It will usually catch. It's just like certain cases that, like, you know, things that don't like the debugger will cause problems. But yeah, it's hard to say without an example to look at. But if you do have an example, stick it in the Discord, and I'll have a look at it and see, like, you know, what's going on here. But yeah, there are quirks. It definitely is a language that has quirks, and AmiBlitz fixes loads of them and introduces more. So you see, so, you know, you kind of like, you know, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You pick the one you know and stick with it and avoid the pitfalls, and that's kind of how it goes. Or is it just that like Blitz itself crashes? So I did crashes. What you see, yeah, I think some of the thing is that it not corrupts, but it fragments memory all over the place, like especially chip RAM. If you're loading stuff and you quit out of the program early, your memory is all over the place, and it doesn't, it's supposed to free up everything at the end. It's supposed to do resource tracking. It doesn't do it 100%, and it's, it is something to be watched for. But yeah, I don't know. I don't find it that bad, but I think, yeah, I think the debugger does some weird things, and it is easy to get the debugger to trip over itself. Ironically, it's the debugger causes more crashes than code sometimes. But yeah, it's not great. No, you can absolutely turn off the debugger, and yeah, like so. See, well, you see, okay, this is a bug in AmiBlitz where it doesn't show you there, but if you go to compiler settings, the debugger switched off there. You switch it off, and then you can also in AmiBlitz switch it on or off there, and you can compile it like that, and there's no debugger involved. You can also just compile directly to an executable like you do in C, and you can just not even bother running it from the environment, just compile it to an executable, and that's it, and then run it from the shell, and take your chances that way. That's no problem, and you can run that till the cows come home, or you should be. Come here. You didn't see it there, but I called up the WinUAE window, so that shafted me. But yeah, so you start like this is like an interesting kind of template that starts up a window, and gives you the basic event loop and stuff like that. Close that. An undo feature would be nice. It really would be, and it does kind of annoy me that it doesn't have it. It's one of the few things I'm kind of like, what, this IDE is actually not that bad to use. I quite like it, but things like that where the key got stuck because I pressed delete and F12 at the same time. Hey, Proton Fig, welcome along, and cheers. I'm having a beer. It's Friday night. I am trying to do a Blitz Basic tutorial, so we're just tidying up some extra bits. And welcome along, Bumfuzzled Games. I love that name. Yeah. Hey, yeah. That's it's memory leaks are always funky, and especially like, see what happens with the debugger in this is because it halts your program. It doesn't let your program crash, so it halts your program there, and all the resources are kind of still in limbo, and this is a problem. Now, Blitz does also have some interesting ways of sneaking bugs in here and there, because it uses things like there's a string buffer that it uses as a temporary buffer for doing string operations, because it treats, to the user, to the programmer, it treats strings as a primitive, as in you can add them, you can do whatever you want with them, you can pass them as parameters, you can copy them, you can do anything without having to think of them as being arrays of characters. You don't need pointers, you don't need stir copy, you don't need any of that stuff. You can just add them together with a plus like you can numbers. But the string buffer, if you kind of get carried away with that, the string buffer can sometimes catch you out, because it's not a real string, and you pass it as a, you pass it as an argument, and suddenly you realize it's been changed by some other function, because it just doesn't exist anymore, because that memory was used for something else, and then your program shits itself. So you have to, there are some pretty nasty catches when it comes to things like that. Also, being basic, it has goto and go sub, and if you do goto and go sub in the wrong places, you can mess up your stack because you never return to them, and you can like jump out of if then loops or for next loops causes all sorts of memory leaks. And and you'll just if you do it recursively, you'll just like run out of stack and shit all over some other program. So yeah, there you go. But this is an interesting bit of code, because this is using the includes as well. So AmiBlitz 3 comes with a set of includes that are really nice. They're basically wrappers for the OS libraries, and they're very nice. They're not as slow as hitting the hardware, obviously, but yeah. Absolutely. And this is the thing, you've kind of got like a level of programming where it's like, you don't even have a go-to. Then you've got a level of programming where you have a go-to, but you're not allowed to use it because that's bad, and go-tos are bad. And then you've got a lower level of programming where go-to is everything, and that's all you have. Like it's funny. Like, there are times and places to use go-to and go subs, and that's it. And sometimes when you're trying to get the last few CPU cycles out of something, go-to is the way to do it. But this kind of stuff with the includes that AmiBlitz 3 ships with, you don't save many CPU cycles. It's quite heavy stuff, but it is really nice for making really nice system friendly stuff. Like like I have it's not a great example, but this is a tic-tac-toe game that I wrote that runs on graphics cards. And it runs with, you can have 24-bit bitmaps, you can have alpha blending, you can do all that kind of stuff. It's also like, a quarter of a megabyte for a tic-tac-toe program. Because Blitz is pretty bloaty when it comes to executables. Now, I did actually want to mention this actually at some other point, and I said I'll bring it up sometime. Now, Blitz does have what's called the new libs, and it's a set of Blitz libraries that are closer to kind of show it. Okay, show what? The new libraries. Or the new command set. That's this one. Q Basic was pretty deadly, to be fair. Like, it's, especially like the full version with the compiler in it, so you could actually make standalone programs. And Quick C. Would you believe I used Quick C for my uni project? Oh, tic-tac-toe. Yes, no problem. So, excuse me. That's it there. I do have some, head-wrecking extras to it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's so long since I've used it now. The difference is kind of but it was Quick Basic 4.5 or something like that, wasn't it? Because I did have that at the time. After using the free one that came with DOS for years. But and then I had Quick C, which kind of had the same editor and the same kind of help system and stuff like that. But it was it was C, obviously, and that was actually really good. It was actually, I used that for my uni project and it worked really well. But this is my tic-tac-toe program. Simple as that, and you get a winner. Yeah, not a whole lot to it. Although you can change the number of dimensions it has. So now you've got 3-dimensional tic-tac-toe, and you can also have an AI player. So go there, and the computer goes there, and I'm going to go there. The computer blocked me. I have to block the computer. Now the computer's gone there, and I don't know what the computer's doing. And the computer's going to there, and the computer has won. It's cornered me. I didn't have a choice there. He was going to win that way, and if he didn't do that, he was going to do it the other way. There you go. So that's my tic-tac-toe, and you can also do it in 4 dimensions. I think 4 dimensions is probably enough, to be honest. So you've got let's run that. So you see time is changing there. So if I go time 1, I'm going to get the middle one there. Now the computer's gone to time 2. So you can see time 1 is there, computer's gone there. I don't know what the computer's going to do, but I'm going to go there. Sorry to disappoint you, but yeah, that's it. I'm going to block it there, and now it's got there. Oh, he's sticking to one dimension at the moment. I've blocked that, and the player's one. There you go. Cornered me like that. Look at that. What a bastard. But I wrote this as years ago as an exercise in AI. But there you go. It is a 1/4 of a megabyte executable, but it shows you the power of those. Yeah, exactly. So you can see the time is changing. So basically, you've got 3 seconds of board, if you like, and 1 board per second, if you want to think of it that way. But you can also do 4x4x4x4. And you can do 5x5x5x5 if the screen's big enough. This screen isn't big enough. Yeah, and things get pretty heavy when you get to that kind of stage. But yeah, that's written in Blitz, but it's also using the AMI Blitz includes, so it can do you know, nice, you know, system friendly stuff. But that's it. But yeah, so that is my that's my tic-tac-toe game. That's 1/4 of a megabyte in size. But you know, it's I think once you get past the super easy stuff, the AI is actually kind of cool. Now, I was going to talk about the new command set. So basically, the new command set, and you can see it there. It's a replacement set. It's not, well, it's not 100% replacement for the standard Blitz libraries, but it does have lots of cool, you know, lots of overlapping functionality. So it's yeah, basically it's that. But instead of using kind of like the Blitz built-in object system, it uses pointers and it uses handles. So it's a little bit lower level, but it makes much smaller executables. It's kind of is closer to C than the standard Blitz Basic libraries are. So you know, so for example, like you know, nbitmap will give you yeah. So basically, you can see that bitmap ID is a long word. So it's essentially a pointer to the bitmap rather than you know, a bitmap ID value. Hey, thanks for the follow, Proton Fig. Thank you very much. And welcome along. So you know, so it's basically dealing with it in pointers as you would in C, instead of using the Blitz objects numbers. So unfortunately, yeah, it is a little bit kind of, it's easier to trip yourself up if you don't bear that in mind. But at the same time, if your main aim is to make a small executable, it's really a good idea to look at these libraries and see if, you know, you can substitute one of your libraries for it. You know, or so, you know, you can substitute some of your commands and, you know, use these alternatives. They're not always compatible because they don't use the Blitz ID, so you can't, like, you know, use some of the Blitz libraries. Well, there are some Blitz libraries that you can't use with them because they don't interact on the same, you know, they don't share the same kind of point of reference. You know, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, so like, you know, use bitmap is not, you know, so there's the number bitmap is actually like a pointer to the bitmap, so it's a little bit lower level in that way. And you can see here they actually tell you, like, you know, so the actual library is only 648 bytes statically linked. So like the Blitz equivalent is probably about 2K or something. You know, it's a significant saving. And yeah, Lolo Tubo. Yeah, all the cool names coming out when I'm starting to get too drunk to pronounce them. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Cheers. happy Friday night, and yeah, welcome along. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Blitz does not support Unicode, although there is one program that I wrote that kind of does, and that is InstallerGen, and that is a funky one because that supports Locale, and Locale on OS4 does support Unicode, so it kind of works, but only 8-bit Unicode, but it does use the translate library to figure out the differences between the different command sets. Yeah, it's a weird one. But yeah, welcome along. I don't know if you're new or familiar with my streams or what the situation is here, but for anyone who's joined recently, I kind of stream all sorts of different things. But at the moment, there's a Blitz Basic Game Jam going on. Let's give the Game Jam a shout. So it's just started, and I'm running this tutorial series to kind of try and get people making games, basically. And also, that is cool. I've got 98 followers now, and yeah, like I was saying earlier, I'm not about the followers, but cool. I never thought I'd get near 100, and that's awesome. Thank you, guys. But yeah, so this is just a tutorial to try and get people into Blitz Basic, to try and get them, you know, if they kind of said, oh, like, you know, Blitz Basic, I can write a game in Basic, and to you know, give them a little bit of a help with that. And that is it. So we're kind of at the point now where the jam has started. I've kind of run out of topics, I suppose. I'm kind of like tidying up some questions that people have asked, basically, and holding my hands up and saying I don't know a lot, because you know I'm not really I'm not that much of an expert, but it's kind of I've used, oh yeah, Zuperdan here is the host of this game jam, and there are some awesome prizes. Oh, Kiffer Geo, hey Chris, how are you? Welcome along. Look at that. Look at that. Hey Chris, how are you? Hey Jimmy, what's the story? Hey you guys. I was thinking I might be rating you guys in a short while, but yes, here. How are you? Happy Friday. I'm having a beer. I'm having a beer and trying to code. Chris, let's give Chris a shout out. I don't even know if this works. Does it work? Oh, there it does. It works. Chris is playing some semi-old school D&D stuff, and he's actually a friend of mine from home. But yeah, he's been playing through some stuff, and there's some pretty horrendous stuff there that he has really persevered through, which is quite impressive. Like, you know, and I don't mean horrendous. Like, it's been fun to watch. I mean like so buggy you can't complete it kind of games. But yeah, he's been doing some of that. He's oh no, that's I've well past that point. Was he? Well, okay, yeah, it was just Spelljammer, I suppose, but you spent weeks and weeks and weeks on that. But yeah, so there you go. Give Chris a follow, and you know, he's playing through some slightly newer stuff now. It's kind of early noughties era D&D stuff, and you know, so it's all of a sudden we've gone into, you know, where you can choose your resolution, and you know, you've got, like, you know, good stuff. Oh, it's 1999, is it? It's a decent point. Chris also has snack time, which is cool, where you get to vote on what you think his snack is going to be. If it's going to be I was going to say crisps, because I always have crisps. I got Walker's oven baked today. But yeah, whether it's a biscuit or a chocolate or a sweet, and or if it's just complete bullshit. Yeah, and this is the thing I noticed as well. Like, whatever about the shady graphics and stuff like that, the sound was a big deal, and having this, you know, the speech samples and stuff like that, and like, ooh, this is when PC people got sound cards. Yes, I was playing A-Train. I loved that back in the day, and that is a strategy game that is fucking difficult. It is absolutely rock hard. I really loved it back in the day. And I'd said, oh yeah, cool, you know, I'm going to stream that. I like that. Started playing it. I got my arse handed to me a couple of times, and I'm like, oh Jesus, this is really tough. It's really, really tough, and it's so unforgiving. And you're like, you're paying, you're trying to deal with like income tax and paying interest on things, and you're like, oh no, this is just too much. Just give me the simple SimCity thing, you know. But it is, to be fair, a really nice game. But Creevy, welcome along. But for everyone who's just joined recently, I was kind of halfway through the speech, I think. I stream Amiga stuff, mostly, but I also stream some Atari 8-bit stuff, and generally gaming and stuff like that. Yes, absolutely, there is. And I kind of think of the whole N64 PlayStation 1 generation as kind of like that. You know, it's like, oh yeah, yay, 3D, amazing. And then it's like, oh, you go and look at it now and you're like, oof. Yeah. But yeah, I was kind of like, you know, I was doing a playthrough of Settlers because someone suggested, and I said, oh, you've never played Settlers? Excuse me. And I said I'd do a playthrough, or I said I'd do a tutorial. That turned into a playthrough. So yeah, there you go. That was a while ago. But what the reason for these streams, and I'm doing this tutorial is on Blitz Basic, which is it's a very, for its age, some more graphic stuff. Well, basically today was some more graphic stuff. Basically, I was looking at some tile scrolling, and we had a look at tile scrolling. We benchmarked some heavy blitter operations to see which was quicker, you know, what was happening. So it was that kind of stuff that we were doing today, and I didn't really have an agenda because I've kind of, like I said, I've covered all the topics I wanted to cover, but you know, we got a free gap tonight. My kid's asleep, so I said, sure, we'll do another stream and answer any questions. So we did do some you know, tile scrolling routines and stuff like that, and you know, we were kind of like, I narrowed the actual display so you could see where the tiles are being drawn, and you know, kind of get a better idea of what's actually happening in the background when you do that. But yeah, so the reason for me doing these streams is that you know, rather than having nothing on the screen, I'm going to show you a little bit of my source code. But basically, we've got a Blitz Basic Game Jam that's going on at the moment. So it has just started a couple of days ago. We've got 3 months to make a game in Blitz Basic, and yeah, basically that's it. We don't really have any other constraints as such. You know, once it runs on a classic Amiga, that's it. And so that's it. So we've got 3 months to make a game, and I've been basically prepping people, or hopefully giving people a bit of a boost to get involved. You know, people who are saying, oh, I used to program BASIC back in the day, and you know, I'd like to have a go with that. So I'm kind of like going through some of the practical graphics things you can do, some of the, you know, the routines like loading, saving files, opening a screen, this kind of stuff, and you know, converting graphics and that kind of stuff. So that's what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks. But now the Game Jam is here. Thank you, Zuperdan. Zuperdan is the host of the Game Jam, and there are some pretty awesome prizes like A500 minis, joysticks, boxed brand new Amiga games, as in, like, you know, only written in the last year or two games. There's some pretty cool stuff on there. So you know, if you have any kind of inkling that way, like, you know, download Blitz Basic. So there is the Blitz Basic 2 is probably the one that people are going for. That's there, and that's kind of, you know, it's kind of, by most accounts, seems to be the most stable. But AmiBlitz 3 is kind of the open source continuation of that, and kind of has a few more features that I like a nicer IDE and stuff like that. So you know, both options are usable, and there's the latest one, although you probably, that's actually tagging, or that's actually release 3.9.2, but 3.8 is probably the release to go for, because that seems to be the most stable for most people. But yeah, so there we go. To answer the earlier question there, I haven't done any 3D or fractal stuff or anything like that. No, it's been more kind of the fundamentals of what you can do with the Amiga hardware, as in, you know, running the blitter, blitting tiles, blitting shapes, running sprites, bit of hardware scrolling, that kind of stuff. So that's what we've been doing. Nothing that really shows things off. This code is kind of fine. Let us see, what did we have that we were doing? I can never remember where this is. Articles. Yeah, no, that's the wrong one, isn't it? We want to go to shared articles. I have too many folders everywhere. Articles, there it is. Was it tutorial 9? Let's see what this one does. Oh yeah, that kind of works, but yeah, the wizard is clearly not in the right palette, but and he's also got a cloud stuck to his head for whatever reason. Oh, I think I'm demonstrating in front and behind of objects in that demo, ignoring the funky colors. Let's try it with this one. We're going to get out of memory here. Oh, there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. You see? So we've got ourselves a nice big sprite in front, and some parallax scrolling, and some, you know, foreground and background graphics. And if it wasn't on an emulator, we'd have sub-pixel scrolling, so the actual hardware would have sub-pixel scrolling there. But so this is the kind of things we've been covering. Oh, we've also got a copper gradient in the background, you know, for our sky effect. So, you know, that uses kind of one pen. But it's all, you know, it's all about making good use of the hardware that you had in, well, this is AGA, so 1992 this is 1992 era stuff. And of course we go faster. But that's basically it. And we can go the other way, but you can see, like, you know, the cloud is also moving at a kind of a state. But yeah, it's yeah, absolutely. You know, that's it's exactly you that I was thinking of. But yeah, that's it. It was yeah, it's just kind of like gives you an idea of what you can do. And this is AGA, so, you know, you've got these nice big 32 pixel or 64 pixel sprites. Creevy, thank you very much for the follow. I think that's 99 followers. Oh, are we going to make 100? Are we going to make 100 tonight? Oh, that'd be good. Who else there hasn't followed? Someone give me a follow there. Let me actually just check. I you get more excited than is rational here. Vernine, thank you. Thank you very much. Where do I even find out these things? Oh, good work, guys. Thank you very much for the follows. Thank you very much. Oh, 101 follows. Oh, look at that. This is amazing. Vision for all. Oh yeah, thanks. I really appreciate that, guys. That is awesome. I'm gonna have to think up something to do now for 100 followers. Oh, well, there you go. Prince Phase, there you go. Wow, excellent. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. That is awesome. Yeah, I hadn't... like, I'm not in it for the followers to like, you know, it kind of sounds like I am because of all this kind of show that I've just put on. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, this is pretty niche stuff that I'm doing here. It is extremely niche, I have to say. But I really appreciate that. But yeah, glad that pleased you as well, Prince Phase. But you know, I'll have to think of something to do for having 100 followers now. Sure. But cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. Hope you're all going to have a great weekend. The weather's going to be awesome. Yeah, there you go. But anyways, yeah. So that is our. I think that's probably the prettiest thing that we've done. A lot of the other stuff has been quite like, as in technical. My pixel art is pretty rubbish. I've got programmer pixel art. These are all graphics that I ripped off from Open Game Art. Actually, if you are in the kind of if you're looking for inspiration or pixely kind of stuff, or just assets, OpenGameArt.org is excellent, and a lot of the stuff is kind of Creative Commons. So so they're good for for even if it's just placeholders, because that's what we're doing now at the moment. I'm kind of trying to put together the project for our game jam. So at the moment we're kind of thinking of kind of a slightly adventure-y, slightly role play kind of you're on a stag night that's gone wrong in Glasgow, and you just have to kind of get yourself drunk and keep yourself not too drunk and not too sober for the night. And that's as much as we have really at the moment, and a few tiles I've drawn, and that's basically it. But that's where we're going. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say at some point later on I'll do a stream on our actual project, but for the moment, or so far, most things have been quite technical rather than pretty, and so I'm just using placeholders for the game. Kenny.nl, because he has loads of stuff on Open Game Art. Actually, he does really good stuff. Oh, this is just a completely random demo I did for doing sprites on AGA. So that you're the guy there. Let's let's call him Kiffer Geo. Is I think he's 32 pixels wide, or maybe 64 pixels wide, but he's completely independent of the playfield graphics. It's dual playfield AGA, so 16 colors in the foreground, 16 colors in the background, and it's a 16 color sprite. So it's just showing off the use of colors more than anything else. They're not. This has nothing to do with the game I'm making. Unfortunately, I suppose. Maybe you could make a game out of it, but it was more just to show off the layers of sprites and stuff. Yeah, I do think that so many people kind of put down AGA as being not enough, and maybe it was because at the time VGA was around and stuff like that, but it brought in 24-bit color, it brought in subpixel scrolling, it brought in so many things. Like it was it like AGA really, if you actually use it, you use the features that it has, it is, it can do some quite impressive stuff. Like you could probably do a significant portion of what I've done here with ECS by using certain tricks, but AGA, this is not breaking a sweat with AGA. This is bog standard stuff, and you could do so much more with it. I'm trying to get him to stop here. I should really give him a stop. Stop. He's not going to do it. Okay, we just leave him trundling. Oh, that's an early A500. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen a Rev 3. I have a Rev 5 and a Rev 6 and a Rev 8 here. Being an Amiga nerd. It's the Rev 3. That's a rare one. Is it Chicken Lips? Has that got the mechanical keyboard on it? And the Commodore sign on the keyboard? Because for anyone who's not familiar, Commodore did. And also, you're probably not seeing this in perfect smoothness, but that scrolling is like, if you look at that on the hardware, even though it's only a 320 pixel screen, it scrolls at 1280 pixels. So, it kind of, it scrolls at a subpixel level, and it is silky smooth. And scrolling in the background, like the mountains, are silky smooth as well. On the main board is the only real way to do it, because, and I was going to say that if you're not familiar with it, Commodore used a lot of different stuff at different times. So when they revise the motherboard, let's say, they just introduce the new motherboard into production lines when the old motherboard runs out. And they did the same for the keyboards, they did the same for the cases, they did the same for the disk drives. So it's not, you can't really tell from the sticker or anything like that. You can't tell unless you open it, and that's it. So yeah, so some of them, you get rare combinations that have like, kind of they ran out of the early keyboards and they put a later keyboard on it, but it's still a Rev 3. And then you got the other way around. You've got Rev 3s that have the newer keyboard. So you've got things like that, and you get weird things like when they introduced the 500 plus. Oh yeah, absolutely, sure. The CRT is the way to go with this. And I do have a CRT down on the floor here. Obviously you don't get the effect when you're streaming, but the CRT, the Amiga is built around the CRT, as in all the video hardware is absolutely tuned finely to the CRT, and this is the thing with the sub-pixel scrolling. Because your horizontal pixels, you don't really have them on a CRT. It's analog. You have vertical lines because the beam draws a line. The beam draws a line, so you have discrete lines, but the horizontal pixels are analog, effectively. So you can have as many of them as you want. So the Amiga takes advantage of that by being able to offset the drawing by 1/4 of a pixel each time. But it can do that for all the different layers, and so you get this super smooth scrolling effect. And LCDs kind of get caught up in that. Emulators get caught up in it, but it's absolutely silky smooth on a CRT. Yeah, that's it. I have a 1084S here on the floor, and you know what? When I got an N64, and the 1084 was gorgeous for the N64. Because either that or plug it into the aerial socket on the telly, and using the N64 on the 1084 was lovely. It was so nice. It was so it was much more vibrant and much nicer. And the Philips were kind of similar. They were very, very nice monitors as well. But the problem I had with those monitors, I suppose, is that they were made to do NTSC and PAL, and so the phosphors were tuned for, or were selected for, 60 hertz rather than 50 hertz. So if you played any PAL stuff, they did have a pronounced flicker. I didn't mind it, but I could see it. Whereas if you did them at 60 hertz, they were rock solid. It was the same later on. When I got a graphics card and I put it in the Amiga, I had a monitor that could do like 85 hertz or something like that. And if you do 85 hertz, it's solid. But if you do 60 hertz, it's like, and it gives you headaches. And multi-sync was the dream, because that could do VGA frequencies as well. I had my favorite was it was a 21-inch Trinitron, and that could do like 85 hertz, and that was absolutely gorgeous. Now you did have the flicker when you did something at 50 or 60 hertz, but it was beautiful. It did 1600 by 1200 on the graphics card screen, and it was lovely. It was so good. If you guys are sticking around for a while, I'm going to get another beer. Back in a second. I will leave you to keep my wizard company. What did I miss? Oh, there it is. It is late, Chris. To be fair, it's 10-1. But here's a you joined a bit after it, but I'll show you because you I think you're the kind of guy who would appreciate this. Here's my tic-tac-toe program. 4-dimensional tic-tac-toe. Yeah. And see, and I have an awful habit of, I've probably been streaming for 4 hours at that point and be absolutely exhausted, and I kind of like I'll raid someone and then just leave it, I'll stay there for 10 minutes and I was like, oh look, I have to go to bed. So fair play to you for sticking around. But here's a 4-dimensional tic-tac-toe, and also for you beer fans, this is Omnium 6 Degrees North. I think it's a Scottish beer. Yeah, Scottish beer. I have not tried it yet. 4.3%, and it is a fancy white can with a stick-on label. It's interesting. 4D Minecraft-like game. Oh wait, does that work? Oh, I saw a 4D first-person shooter made by the same guys who made Frontier and Coaster Planet and Jurassic World of all things. But it's kind of like, you go in, you set up your shots, and then you go in, and then someone else can go in and set up their shots, and someone else can do their moves, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. Because I kind of find first-person shooters kind of like, yeah, they're fine, they're grand, never be GoldenEye. Wow. Oh, that's got it was certainly different. I had I see. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll show you how this works. This is kind of old code from a while ago. But so we've got our normal tic-tac-toe. Oh, we've got it. We do have an API or an AI API who will do his best to block me, and this is going to be stalemate because it's only 3x3 stalemate. But we can change the dimensions to 3 dimensions, and then all of a sudden, oh, look at that. Let's go for the middle. And he's going to go there, and we go there, and he's going to try and cut along the side. So we go there, and he's going to block me. All of a sudden, this gets funky. And yeah, I genuinely don't know where I'm going now, because I can't think. And now he's going to shaft me, isn't he? And now I'm on the back foot now, because I have to block everything he does. No. Oh, I won. There we go. He was going to win the next move anyway. But you can also go to 4 dimensions. And let's so now we've got 3 different boards, one for each second or one for each time slot. So you're going to go there, and then he's going to go there. That's my turn. I made a balls of that, didn't I? Oh, he's going for the single dimension on time 2. There we go. Block that. What's he done there? Yeah, the 3D noughts and crosses. I actually remember making one. Being nerdy, of course, but I made one out of cardboard. It said 3, but then you put counters on it, and it's kind of like, yeah. I wrote this as an exercise in writing an AI, opponent, and he's gonna go there, or she, it. I was cornered there. I had to go there because there, and there would have been a win, and there was a win. So there you go. I also have a Windows version of that. I did port it to Windows just in case you wanted to try it out. But I thought, that might be the kind of thing that would wreck your head for a while and you'd enjoy it. Let me just find a link for that. For anyone who wants to try it. Yes, there we go. There's some download goodness. So now back to the Blitz stuff. Does anyone have a question on Blitz or anything that you want to discuss or anything else we want to look through? This is an Amiga emulator, yes, only because doing programming tutorials you get a lot of crashes, and this is also why I have the crash counter. But normally if I'm playing games, I'll stream from the actual hardware through the capture card. And I'll normally stream. I usually have a development Amiga set up. It was actually I've actually got it packed away over there because Sarah's parents were here last week. So, and this is the spare room. So everything has been packed and crated away for a while. But yeah, all my hardware is still packed up. But yeah, if I'm doing Atari 8-bit stuff, I'll do it on hardware as well. And I have that, like, they're obviously upgraded. So the Atari 8-bit has a floppy drive emulator that uses SD cards. It's called the Biggest Dickus, which is a selling point in itself. But and then the A1200 has an 060 CPU in it and a scan doubler, which is kind of puts out VGA frequencies because by default the Amiga doesn't give out VGA. So and that like obviously, so I've got the native output and the VGA output, and one goes to the capture card, one goes to the monitor, and it works really well. So because the capture card gives a bit of lag, and to be fair, some of the games we've been playing on the Amiga are actually lag is a problem. So when you're capturing HDMI, there's usually very little or no lag, but capturing analog video, there tends to be a couple of frames of lag there. So yeah, and I'm not that dedicated to pay a couple of £100 for a scan doubler like that. A scan like what's it called, a RetroTink or one of those ones. There are some pretty fancy ones you can get. This is actually, once I get used to it, this is actually really tasty. But anyways, yeah, questions for the Blitz guys. Jump game, I have not. What is it? Go on, tell me. Is it like a Doodlebug kind of game? What's it called? Doodle jump. It is Doodlebug, wasn't it? With the little, it was a big thing on the iPhone. Doodle jump. What I have played on the Amiga is basically Settlers and is strategy games, really, because that was really my thing. Settlers, A-Train, and flight simulators, although I haven't really streamed any of them. Yeah, well, you should be able to, but I'm going to just see what Nightbot says. Because I switched to Nightbot there recently, and it started booting people for stuff. So I'm going to switch off the... oh yeah, you can post links. Yeah, go ahead. That's the wrong beer. AmigaJump.com. I don't know if I have. Oh no, I have seen this. This looks fucking incredible. This is so good looking. This is an incredible game. Now, yeah, so anyone not familiar with it, this is a game that really, really uses the hardware of the Amiga to within an inch of its life. It is sort of 3D tunnel coming towards you. You bounce on the tiles, you move around, and it's all done in 3D. Now it uses a lot of tricks, and you need to have a bit of extra RAM in your Amiga because it sort of pre-calculates a lot of stuff. But by God, the thing's amazing, and it's all done to the beat of the music. It's very, very nice looking game for an Amiga. Very, very nice looking. Think Stardust Tunnel but you're bouncing a ball along it, and it's tile based, it's not a simple animation, because the Stardust Tunnel is essentially a simple animation. It is very impressive stuff. Very impressive. I haven't played it yet, and I know there's a demo there that I'll have to download. So I didn't realize that's what you were talking about. Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's a lot of Beat Saber thing to it. Beat Saber meets, one of the, one of the band kind of things, Sky Roads. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. But it's impressive to see how well it runs. Yeah. I was one of these people who used my Amiga as my main computer, so I had an 060 at the time, because rather than buy a PC, I spent a stupid amount of money, like probably 2 months rent or something, on an 060, a 68060 accelerator. And to be fair, I wrote my thesis on it, and I don't have a C64 emulator. Well, when I say I don't, I do. I'm sure I do, but it's not something I use. And call me a heretic here. I wasn't a huge fan of the C64 because I had an Atari 8-bit. So I was all about the Atari 8, and that was kind of like a direct rival of the C64. If anyone's interested, by the way, the music I'm playing is basically the random shuffle on modarchive.org. I know. Well, hey, it's the same CPU, a little bit faster. But the Atari is very much in the Amiga lineage, programming wise. But the C64 had a lot of advantages, and I was, to be fair, jealous of C64 owners at the time, because there were a few things like the programming books. There were programming books that came out, and the school library was full of them. And I got these before I even had a computer. I was like all over these books, and I'd go in and program the BBC Micro in school with these books. And they had basically, because the C64 was the most popular 8-bit at the time, they gave listings for the C64, and then they put a little symbol beside each line telling you what you had to change for your particular computer. And they had the Apple II, they had the Auric, they had the TRS-80, they had the Dragon, they had all this stuff. And then they had the BBC, but they did not have the Atari, and I was like, why not? And turns out the Atari Basic was just too different, and was quite limited in what it could do in some ways. But I kind of did my own thing with the Atari, and it was unfortunate as well, because everyone in the school had a Commodore 64, and me and only one other guy had the Atari. It was I couldn't copy games from anyone really. Basically, we copied in each other's libraries, and then we were kind of like, well, what do we do now? So I started writing games. None of them were particularly good, but there you go. Cool. Was Jump Game not already on the C64? As in, is the Amiga not a souped up version of it? Or am I thinking about something else? Yeah, my cousin and a few other people in school did have a Specky, and it was money wise, that was the way to go. If anyone hasn't watched it, and if anyone's watching from let's say not UK/Ireland, if you watch Micromen, it's actually a really cool dramatization of the British microcomputer industry. It covers the BBC, covers the Specky, and all that kind of stuff. And it's entertaining, and it is on YouTube, so you can actually watch it, because it was on BBC, and it has Alexander Armstrong and Martin Freeman in it, and who else? But they're the two main guys, and it's kind of about the rivalry between Acorn and Sinclair. Sorry, Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good watch, actually. I actually got my wife to watch it, and she didn't complain. So this is high praise indeed for a nerdy program. It was film, basically. It's a proper film. But yeah, definitely worth a watch. But yeah, so Blitz Basic stuff. Was there anything else to cover? Have you not seen the Kiffer? It's definitely worth a watch. Really is. Or what's the wow for? for the wife not complaining. Yeah, okay, yeah. There were a few things there. I'm kind of like, yeah, that could have been a wow. Yes, she actually quite enjoyed it because it's really well done. It's done as it's not a documentary. It's kind of a dramatization, and trying not to be nerdy, as in it's almost making fun of the nerds. Like, you can kind of think, oh, that's funny. Because at one point there was a guy who's eating his noodles with the probes of a multimeter, and there's that kind of stuff. You kind of think, someone's probably done that, Yeah, exactly. It's loosely based, and but it is really cool because that is a legitimate thing that happened. Was the rivalry between the two companies, and it's kind of like this massive deal for these two companies who ultimately got absolutely obliterated by the PC. So it's kind of, yeah, whatever. In general terms of history, but it's kind of it's a nice thing because Spectrum has a really big history because they made the really affordable computers, let's say, and they have a very distinct palette and very distinct kind of way of working as a result. But you know what? They were supported in those programming books, and the Atari wasn't, and that kind of annoyed me as well. They had changes that you make to run it on the Spectrum. And you're like, shit. And the BBC got the all the the education contracts and stuff for that. Yeah. Yes, of course, absolutely. But it's it's nice. It's nicely done in the kind of the whole screen. It's done for the screen dramatic way. As in they're having a conversation, a really serious conversation about how are we going to do this? How are we going to get this chip to work? And there's a guy just going, huh? It's cool. It's definitely worth a watch. Really is. And for whatever reason, no one's got it kicked off YouTube, so it's there to watch. But yeah, it's really good. I have to say I haven't, because I know where my probes have been. Yes, this was the thing, and I coming from the Atari world, I'm like, okay, these colors are really nice colors. Why the fuck are they overlapping? What's going wrong? You're onto a good thing here, because basically the difference was the Spectrum had basically, from the PC world, it was like CGA color. You had your 8 colors, and that was it. Your red, green, blue, and combinations of them, and that was it. But yeah, I came from the Atari 8-bit, like I keep on saying, and the colors were really good. The C64 had a similar kind of idea, because both the Atari and the C64 were based on what's it called, HSL color, or HSV color if you want. So they were based on, it was almost NTSC color. Well, that's what it was, and basically they had, you choose your hue, you choose your brightness, and you choose your intensity, and that was it. But as a result, they had nice palettes that kind of mapped well to what you could put over composite video, or in the US. But the Spectrum had red, green, blue, and that was it. And it was, you know, and the BBC had that, and the CPC had that, and you know, and so it was really cool. And the Amiga actually started out with a red, green, blue kind of, or with a HSL in mind. The chips initially were designed with that, but then they changed to red, green, blue, and as a result, it is kind of still holding its own color-wise today. Like the AGA chipset, the AGA Amiga still has a 24-bit palette, which is kind of standard, still standard, which is, you know, which is cool. You know, it can show any color that, you know, a modern PC can, which is, yeah, that's very cool. But yeah, there you go. So but yeah, the Speccy had that color, but also it could only allow 2 colors per 8x8 tile. So so the situation was, if you had graphics that were moving between tiles, you had color clash, and that was basically where the colors, either part of your character became background or part of the background became your character, and you know, they were the 2 options. But yeah, it is an interesting palette, and I have for all you Amiga fans, Personal Paint is quite a powerful paint package on the Amiga, and I wrote an AREX script for Personal Paint that does specky palettes, and so I got a picture of my wife and converted it to a specky palette, and now it's on our wall in the sitting room. You know, some quality AREX scripting there. But and then again, for anyone who's not particularly familiar, AREX is like a really it's a really prolific scripting language on the Amiga. It's like VB script, but far more, in like almost everything, including the OS itself, supports it. Like you can use AREX to manipulate icons on the desktop, and you can use it to insert graphics into any program. You know, you can use it to apply a filter in a paint package. It's really kind of it's like an everywhere language. Maybe I'll do a stream about AREX. I wrote a tutorial about AREX in Amiga. I was going to say Amiga Active, Amiga Future. 3 years ago. I've lost track of years. Yeah, but Blitz Basic does have a nice AREX library. I have basically, for much of my Blitz Basic tutorials, I have been ignoring the OS, but Blitz Basic does have pretty cool. Oh, 100 followers AREX stream. Right. Okay, it's done. Now, oh no, you know what? Someone did say, why don't you write a game live on stream and deal with all the shite and the fallout from that? You know what? I could do the writing a game thing for the meeting 100 followers. Yeah, but no, an AREX stream is doable as well. Yeah, because I really like AREX actually, and I think it's really nice. It's an interesting language. It's very loosely typed. It's very high level, and it's very oh yeah, and it's got super funky quotes. Like, as in, you know, to use a quote in it, you can put a quote, you can embed a quote in a string if you use a different quote, and then you do yeah. Yes, you know what? I'll do we'll save AREX for 500, or let's just save it for September when the game jam's over. Okay, but you can do Blitz Basic does have a couple of different AREX libraries that you can use, and they're both very good. There's one that's quite simple, and it's kind of like, you know, you got your kind of your standard, you get a command, interpret it, and do what it says. But the more sophisticated library has has the construct a response, send a response, send commands. It can basically do everything that AREX can do, and it is, you know, it's actually really cool. It really is. But yeah, basically, for the uninitiated, the AREX is built around this message sending paradigm. So you can send a message to yourself, you can send a message to AREX, you can send a message to any application that's open, and the application can reject it. It can do what it says. It can send you a response or not. It's very, like, considering it's a 1987 language, it's very, very kind of forward thinking in its kind of approach to variable types, data types, you know, that kind of thing. It's very, very cool. But like AppleScript is probably kind of a similar thing as well. You know, you can choose menus and things like that in Apple applications. But there's not really anything like it on any platform, as it is on the Amiga. Like, you know, it's obviously not. You know, it's run on IBM servers as IBM Rex, but it's not nearly as prolific in the PC world because it's only a server thing. But what, like, let's look at some AREX, will we? Let's look at some AREX. Sure, fuck it. We weren't doing anything anyway. Source codes includes AREX. Now, AREX, this is the AMI Blitz 3 include, but basically you can add AREX as a signal, which basically will show up as an event in your program, and you can just basically you get the message and you can reply to it like this. You send a string. It's all string based, so it's not particularly fast, and you've got a central program that interprets everything and distributes everything, and it treats everything as strings, but you know, it's not built for speed, let's say. You know, it is all about interpreting strings, and strings, if you put a variable in a string, it'll interpret that if it thinks, you know, it kind of makes a judgment call on a lot of things. That's the downside and an upside of being loosely typed. Proton Fig, thanks for showing up. You're off to stream now, are you? I'll probably be finishing up, probably not too long. I've got about half a can left, so I'll finish up then. Sure, we'll see what you're doing. What are you thinking of streaming, actually? And see, I might hop on there. Sure, give yourself a shout out there. Sure, fuck it, like, you know, I got 100 followers. Might be for or against etiquette, I don't know. I don't care. Nope. Sure, give Proton Fig a follow. Ah, yes. Always, there you go. The beer is really kicking in. Right, cool. Oh, some Sid music. That's just what you need at this time of the night to keep you going. Good stuff. But yeah. So AREX works is basically string based. Yeah. So you. There you go. Excellent. And thank you, Hom Addict. That is awesome. You know, all you guys come in there. You know, you tip me over to over the 100. That is that's excellent. Thanks. I really appreciate that, guys. So, but yeah, AREX. So any program can open an AREX port, and that's kind of publicly broadcast, like talk to me if you want kind of thing in the OS. You can it's very easy to in the OS. You can just query a list, and it gives you a list of all the AREX ports that are present. And then you can pick one. You can send it a message, and whether it responds to you or not is entirely up to the program. But yeah, so that's it. It's very simple, and yeah, okay. To make sense, to actually make a proper demonstration of this, you need two programs because, excuse me, one needs to talk to the other. But I will definitely do that because it's, as a scripting language, it's very nice, and as an inter-process communication language, it's very nice. So it all works very well. Okay, well let's do like the sender. Okay, what we'll do is we'll create this as an executable in RAM. Where's RAM? Also, for those of you not familiar with the Amiga, RAM disk is an awesome thing. It is awesome. it's just literally kind of a device driver for RAM. So you can just put files there, and they take up a bit of RAM, and when you switch it off, they go away. It's grand. It's perfect for unarchiving stuff. You know, where your hard drive gets full of all these shite files that you find everywhere. Yeah, it's really good for that. So what are we going to call this? Rex sender. Okay, so let's change that to a 0, and then we run this code. So we've opened the port test. Let's go over to our, we're over here. Oh, something bad is happening here. Rex sender, why can't I open a shell? And why is new? Why have my menus gone old school? Okay, we've got a new process here anyway, so we're fine. Okay, sent a message test. Oh, nothing happened. Something bad is happening here. Test send. Oh yeah, that's not the right port. Is it that? No. Okay, you know what? I actually don't know what's happening here, but something funky's happening because I think this machine's due a reboot. Oh, 3-finger salute. It's not a crash. I'm not updating the crash counter. But anyways, yeah, normally AREX can, yeah, don't mind that, and don't mind that. No, that we were right there. Includes AREX. Include. So what happened here? Maybe we do it the other way around. I don't know if there's. It shouldn't make a difference, really. I don't really know what the issue was, but let's create that in RAM. Yeah, this is one of the many reasons I use an emulator for this kind of stream. So we're not sitting around twiddling thumbs. Yeah. Rex test. And then we change that to a 1 for the sender. So let's run Rex test on a shell over here. Now look, our shell is properly working. Grant. So Rex. Oh, that's not what we wanted either. This is just like. Okay, so the test port is open. And let's compile this and send a message to it. Got a message that is not a Rex message. Ah. Okay. Yeah, something's funky with this code. Oh dear. Yeah, control C that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, you have to take my word for it. It's a lovely language. It's a lovely IPC messaging system. It is so good. For example, let's just look at let's get that out of there. Oh, now you'll have to ignore that this has opened a giant window. Image format. This is Personal Paint. It's a very good paint program. Oh, no, I've completely and utterly shafted myself here. Okay, let's just because I've opened a wrong size window, but it's very nice. You'll have to take my word for it. But these are basically the macros you can run. Like you can do import and export of yeah. I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it has shat itself all over my. Let's just get rid of that. 3-finger salute again, and we're back. Yeah, that was a thing, and even you could get Amiga magazines that would even give you like the hex offsets to edit in save game files and tell you this is the offset that corresponds to your money, or this is the offset that corresponds to your lives and stuff like that. It was mad, like and it was kind of like a normal thing to do, to hex edit, like, you know, and they even gave away hex editors on the cover discs. By the way, this is this is a hex editor that I really like. Kind of it's a pretty modern one. No, that's not what I actually wanted to do. I wanted to drag a file. Yeah, let's drag that. And you've got your executable, and you can go through it in ASCII or hex mode. And it's a really nice hex editor. But yeah, they used to give away hex editors on the cover discs so that you could. I didn't edit anything. Now, just like pointing this out. Although I did there on the other stream where we had a clash of library numbers, and basically we had like ID issues with the Blitz. Basically, the Blitz libraries are kind of a collection of commands, and each one has an 8-bit ID. So if you have enough libraries, you're going to have clashes. So, so I was changing library IDs with the hex editor, but yeah, that's as far as it goes. But yes, to be fair, you needed to, pretty much, and that was it. And also, this is a dev stream, so reboots and editing files are expected. Anyway, what was I going to do? Yeah, I was going to go and look at this. Now, look, there we go. There it is, normal sized. Thank you. But it has the crown is the Arex logo, I suppose. But given that this is software and is a machine from like 1992, although I'm emulating it, is to be able to import and export anim gifs is pretty cool. And I use this for all my web development well into like the noughties, because it was so much easier to use this as an animation system compared to like what was available then. It was mad. But let me see, what was I doing recently? Yeah, so far this is my this is my game jam effort. Oh hey Amiga Cami, welcome along. Good morning. Good morning. Amiga Cami joins us from Australia. And she's actually living in Tasmania, I think. And she gets up at crazy o'clock sometimes to join in some of the Amiga streams. Welcome along. Yeah, spoiler alert. This is how I spent my day. Zuperdan is the host of our game jam, and so this is how far I've gotten so far. So yeah, I hope now we're not going to get an entire jam full of isometric layouts. But yeah, there we go. Yeah. I say Cammy's getting up. Well, actually, you know what? It's not that early. Normally, see, the thing is, Cammy sometimes comes along to Amiga Build streams. Amiga Build streams at like 8 o'clock my time. So you're sorted. Yeah, cool. Yeah, road. A few different types of road. The best trick indeed. Yeah, so this is a very good kind of a placeholder set of tiles, and I'm kind of hoping maybe that people will build a set of tiles that represent a night out in Glasgow, and you have to try and guide your drunken hero through drunkenness. Yeah, and Amiga Cami is nuts, to be honest, for getting up at 4 a.m. for an Amiga stream, but she does, and she does it regularly, and fair play. That's pretty impressive. I can only imagine. But yeah, there you go. There is the entirety of my efforts. And actually, you know what? It looks a bit funky. Let's let's do that. I don't know if that looks worse because we didn't fill in the bits inside the letters. Yeah. There you go. Oh yes, shout out to the jam there. Thank you, Super Dan. Yeah, so there you go. So this is kind of like, you know, we haven't had much progress or any progress really so far. But I haven't seen anyone actually in what limited view we have of the progress so far of anyone doing an isometric game. So I'm hoping it'll be kind of, it'll stand out in that way. Yeah. But like this is basically just, this isn't even just this isn't even a map of the world or anything. That this is just literally just to kind of like figure things out in my head and in the guy's head who are gonna actually have to paint this artwork. But yeah, you never know. There's some tiles we could put together a road from that stuff. Let's see if I can do this when I'm drunk. Yeah, see, that fits. That's beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Oh no, that's one pixel out. Oh dear, this is terrible. Let's zoom in closer. Yeah, that's better. There we go. That works. Like a glove. Yeah. Well, there you go. It is very early days yet, but like we've got 3 months. You know, that's 2 months of procrastination and 1 month of overnighting and late nighting and panicking. But there you go. But yeah. Yeah. Were there any other like Blitz Basic related questions that people wanted to ask, or what was the story? Oh, did you? Or do you mean I should put some extra coffee on? I think I'm out of beer now. Actually, that was my last can of beer. So you know, I might, you know, and given that I'm here alone, I have to get up at whatever time my darling 4-year-old alarm clock gets up. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so what else was there in Ami Blitz that we wanted to cover? Was there anything? Yeah, well, you know what? I think when there's a massive event, that kind of happens to everyone. Because I'm living in Glasgow now, 8 years. 8 years, and when I go home, it's like I feel like I haven't left, you know. And suddenly I'm like, you know, so what the hell? There's a new road here. There's a whole motorway junction here that I never saw before. What is going on here? What? I'm like, you know, how is this not how I left it? You know? But you know, I'm really surprised. Like people looking older, and you know, shops have closed up and new shops have opened, and you know, new houses have been built. I'm like, what happened? I'm like, you were gone 8 years. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, that kind of makes sense. But it's yeah, COVID is kind of the same. I'm like, go through Glasgow city centre there for the first time in ages, and you know, went out for a night out, and you're like, I don't remember this pub being there. Don't remember that pub being there. This restaurant we're going to, never seen it before. But like, you know, they've all closed down and been rebought and reopened, and everything's all very different now. It's like mad. What? I've just been sitting here, like, you know, sort of head down and you know, trundle on. Yes, absolutely. So for let's close Personal Paint because it's taken up all the chip RAM, and let's look at some other source code that I have lying around because that's sensible. I messed this up, didn't I? Did this work the last time I tried it? Oh yeah. No, I need to change the path of this. Oh, that's right. It crashed because the directory wasn't right. It's probably that one. But this is a Tron game that I made as part of a tutorial for I don't know why this isn't working. Well, let me see. I think maybe this is the wrong version of that code. Let's have a look somewhere else. Shared. Tutorial 14. Oh yeah, and that's right, because I overwrote that with tokenized stuff. So let's fix that. So shell shared articles. Where are we? This tutorial 14. That one. No, don't do that. So I saved this as tokenized, and this is something you should never do. Is save your AMI Blitz 3 code as Blitz in Blitz 2 format, because Blitz 2 format saves it almost in, it's tokenized, so all the keywords are in binary, and that's why this is all full of question marks, because it doesn't have a fucking clue what's going on. So let's open. Yay, now there we go, it's the exact same file, renamed, and now it opens up properly. So this one works. Now it doesn't, because it's out of memory, because all the previous attempts have fragmented my chip RAM. Let's reboot. Try again. Yeah. Don't mind that. Volumes, shared articles. Okay, well, just hold on there just for 2 seconds. Let's see Tron. Chris, I'm going to fix this. One more go. Compiler settings. Shapes. 500. And there we go. Okay, maybe that wasn't worth waiting for, but here's my Tron game that I made for a magazine. With some bit of parallax scrolling, bit of crashing, bit of pixel art, bit of showing off all the aspects of the Amiga hardware. Sprites for the old press fire buttons and stuff like that, and you can also speed up, and you can also throw your discs. So if you throw your disc, yeah, and there's animation there, the sprites. It's basically using all the features of all the features of the hardware. Basically, this is kind of a showcase for what the Amiga can do in Blitz Basic in a kind of a magazine tutorial. But it's kind of it works much better with 2 players, it has to be said, because one player is just driving into you. It doesn't have any AI in it, but it's using hardware sprites for doing the lives left and the press fire and the winner loser stuff. That's all sprites. It's using, it's using all 4 sound channels. It's using parallax scrolling. It's dual playfield. See, the problem is, and I'll show you the problem here. The problem is, on the Amiga you've got two controller ports. One of them is also used for the mouse, and on an emulator that means calling up the menus and swapping it over from mouse to joystick. So otherwise you can twitch the mouse and it just flips itself around. There we go, and we can get it to go, but the mouse does like mental things, basically, because the mouse also uses the up, down, left, right inputs. Like, there you go. Yes, that is a nice dual, 2-player, split screen, parallax scrolling, all the things you want from a game, other than an artificial intelligence. Yeah, there you go. Now, you can safely go to bed after seeing that, Chris. But thank you very much for the raid, and thank you for popping in. Yeah, absolute pleasure to have you. And I've no idea what I'll be doing the next time I see you. Possibly not this, because I'll be deep in code of, or deep in the code of my Glasgow night out kind of drunkenness game. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Anyway, good night. For, you know what, actually, it is 20 to 2. I'm probably going to call it a night here, to be fair. So, Kiffer out, good night, over and out. And let's see if there's anyone else on Twitch that I can raid. Probably not. I like that mod, actually. Let's see, Proton Fig was doing his stream, wasn't he? Sure. Oh, I just realized you can hear that. Yeah, Proton Fig is doing his music on his C64. So, I think... Oh, Uber Disco. Uber Disco. What is Uber Disco doing? Yeah, no worries. No worries, Super Dan. Let me see. Who's Uber Disco? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, an actual CRT as well. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I did. To be fair, I did say to Proton Fig, I'd say hello to him later on. So I think we'll raid Proton Fig, if that's okay. But Uber Disco, I'm going to have a look at his stuff again, or her stuff. He or she is not on stream right now. They're just away from the desk. Yeah, let's go. Okay, listen. Let's give a quick couple of things. If you want to join the Discord for the Amiga Blitz Basic Game Jam, that's where to get all your help for your Blitz Basic matters. I'll be there, Dan will be there, Super Dan, and yes, hopefully we'll we'll get loads of people involved in this game jam. We've got 3 months to go. It would be great to have a lot of people involved and have a lot of entries. And absolutely, it's friendly. There's lots of chat going on. It's quite a busy Discord already. And yeah, but for all your basic questions, or not so basic questions, it's getting difficult to deal with at this time of night. Yeah, it's go on there, ask the questions, and you know, you can get help. You can get people who are like looking to team up as well. It's all good. If you don't feel like you're going to, you know, oh, I don't know if it'll be any good, right? Go for a simple game. Don't worry about how it looks, because often, you know what, it's about how the game actually plays, you know. And if it's fun to play, it's far more important than if it's, you know, got like, you know, super amazing artwork or anything else, like, or good music or anything like that. If you know, basically the games will be judged on different categories, and if it's good to play, you're going to get a lot of credit just for it being good to play, even if it has no sound, for example, you know. But really, you know, give it a go. Get involved. You got 3 months. Exactly. This is the thing. I'm going to kind of promote Blitz Basic as a kind of a, you know, it is really good, and it's really rewarding when you get something working. It can be absolutely frustrating sometimes, but you know, when you get something working, it is so rewarding, and it's such a good, you know, I think it's a great language for the Amiga, like, and yeah, and there are loads of people involved. The Discord's already busy. The Facebook group, there's a Blitz Basic Facebook group. EAB is really busy, and that's it. I'm not sure if I'll do any more Blitz tutorial streams. I've kind of covered everything, but if more stuff comes up in the chat, I probably will. But you know, I might do some specific stuff, or I might make a list of the things that come up in the chat and say, oh, all this stuff is kind of worth looking at. I'll put together a stream based on that. But otherwise, I might do some streams on the actual coding that I'm doing for the game jam. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. But yeah, listen, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing me to 100 followers. That is awesome. That is amazing stuff. Well done, guys. Thank you, guys, for such a niche thing. That is like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing watching me doing, you know, this coding on a 30-year-old computer? But sure, hey, thank you very much. Home Addict, bye, good night, and take care of yourself. And thank you for the follow. Thank you for getting involved in that follow flurry. And yeah, so let's let's call it a night there. And let's let me see. Yes, we were going to raid Proton Fig, weren't we? Okay. And yeah, good night, Dan. Thank you very much. And yes, let's say good night. And yeah, thanks again. And look, any questions, throw them in the chat, and you know, I'll do my best to answer them, or someone else will do their best. Good night.